Well, g'day, ladies and gentlemen. It's game day. And for the second night in a row, we are at Bear Park with the Willagee Bears looking for an upset. They were able to get it last night in the Westpac Women's Premiership. A fantastic victory over the Ellenbrook Rabbitohs. Can they do the same again against top of the table, undefeated South Perth Lions?
Well, I'm gonna disagree with you for a moment there, Donny. I think it was a toss-up last night. I think we had the two undefeated teams, and I thought it could have gone either way. Fantastic performance. As we'll see the Bears run out now, but big test, of course, coming up against the undefeated Lions. We've seen them a couple of weeks in a row. They've been strong. They've been impressive. As we see the results there, smashed the Sharks last week, sitting pretty at the top of the table. This is the ultimate test for the new boys. It's the week of the Bears. It's Bears last night, it's Bears tonight, and of course we've got the quadruple header.
The Litchfield Bears,
Litchfield Bears back up at NT. So we're running a little bit behind, but looks like we're ready for kickoff pretty much already as the teams line up. Get ready for what should be a pretty exciting game, Don.
Well, I mean, you talk about the big win that we called last week for South Perth, but the Willagee Bears probably got their biggest scalp so far of season 2025, getting the win, coming from behind against the Fremantle Roosters to get that victory. They're sitting in third spot on the ladder at the moment. So, and South Perth, it's the start of the second round. These two teams did meet back in round one. And it was a comfortable victory on that occasion to the Lions, 44 points to 16. As Bears get first use of the ball, bring it out of their own end. Both teams have named strong teams. We see the two front rowers for South Perth getting up to put a shot on there. And Captain and also Elliott. So now the Bears through Fotu. Now they look to shift. Gudgeon, he turns it underneath. Good tackle down low from Elliott. Plays it back to Bannister. Looks like they're going to get through their first set. They put it into no man's land. Needing a bounce. Can it sit up? It rolls on. And it's diffused nicely there by Travis Haney. But already an enterprising bit of play from the Willagee Bears. And Gudgeon called offside. Well, I think he's saying just about everybody on the Bears' defensive line in front of the referee. So it wasn't a deep kick, the first one from Willagee. And then they give away a penalty. So South Perth, in what you can probably see on your screen, very wet conditions. Had a real downpour during the Val Murphy Trophy game.
First real rains, let's be honest, of the year as well.
Well, a chance for South Perth with Captain, just takes the hit up. Proudler starting at 9 today. Out of the halves with Lungy back. It's DeBeek. DeBeek goes out to Guga. Guga, ball out in two hands. Went to give that one on to Cummings, but holds on to it. Quite often in these conditions, the team that plays the conditions the best is the one that gets the chocolates. Now Cummings comes in for a carry. Green, ever reliable, goes to DeBeek. Lungy, little tip on play, hits the ground, then picked up by Haney. On tackle 5, they go down a short side. They go back inside to Smith and put it down. That'll be the handover. Well, they had a crack on the last there, not looking to put a kick in. Jared Smith getting into dummy half, but the Bears, their defence holds up.
This will be challenging too, like I mentioned, first real rains of the season. The ground will be greasy. You wouldn't expect it to be too heavy underfoot, so wouldn't be surprised if there's a bit of handling areas, a bit of slipping and sliding.
The Bears now having to work it out of their own end. So they didn't go through the traditional pattern and try and drive to a corner with their first kick. Let's see if they continue to ask questions in that way. They're working a short side as Smith tips it on. Always love to see Robbie Smith play, although I don't know this is Robbie Smith type conditions. He loves a dry track where he can do all sorts of interesting stuff. But the Bears come up with another error, and South Perth will again go on the attack. So we have a look at the replay. Just working it out of their own end, and the slippery ball, it just comes free from the grasp of Nilavai. South Perth come up with the ball as Lungy goes to the line. Had runners inside and out. They do well, just take the man with the ball. So now it's with Captain. Finds his front. We'll look for a quick play of the ball, but Bannister holds on. A little bit too long for the referee's liking, and the penalty is given. Quick tap and they're underway. Smith dummies to the outside and takes the tackle. Proudler goes across to Green. Green tips it on there to Elliott. Elliott still struggling in the tackle. Doesn't look for the offload. Proudler has to sidestep Daniel Green to get to dummy half. Then Lungy turns it underneath. Green again finds himself in the way. Captain driving towards the line. Wadwell makes an important tackle, keeps him in the field of play, and they slow it down. Wadwell again gets off his line. Slow service from Eddie Proudler. He gets swallowed up. They waste a tackle. Now to Lungy. Lungy rolling it in behind. The Bears want it to roll dead, and it does. It goes over the dead ball line. Defensively, Willagee have stood tall in the opening 5 minutes. Karanavalu back to the 20-metre line. Start of a 7-tackle set. They'll want to complete this set. At the end of 7 tackles, they should be in pretty decent field position. Proudler jumped in there late on Fafita Tovo. Got away with it. Now Green, Proudler, Elliott. Gang tackle on the Bears. And another mistake. Well, they're just having all sorts of problems. Willagee just holding on to the ball at the moment.
Well, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not surprised there's a few handling errors early. It did bucket down early before the game. It will be greasy. We've had, it's kind of tried to rain over the last day. Hasn't really. This is really the first lot of rain, so expect the grass will be dry, the dirt will be dry, so it's not going to soak in immediately, so it will be slippery.
At the moment, it seems one team's finding it very slippery, and the other team, South Perth, haven't made a mistake with the ball yet. As Haney from the scrum win looks to get to the outside of Wadwell. Now to Beak. To Beak to Gougard. Gougard put down onto his back. The Bears slow him down. Bannister again doing that work in the ruck as Elliott. Proudler wraps around him to Beak. Now Lungy. Lungy dummies to the first one. Gets it onto Daniels and the ball hits the ground from them. So just tried to be a little bit too expansive. They've been fairly conservative with the ball, which you expect in these conditions. But the first time they try and use it, they come up with a mistake as well.
Well, the Bears just have to keep hands on the ball now. Have they completed a set yet?
They completed their first set.
Yeah, well, they're stuck inside here for the last 5 minutes. So
completed their first set, then gave away a penalty, and they haven't been able to get out of their end since. Now hitting it up through Wood. Shifting over from Rockingham to the Willagee Bears. Season 2025, and a bit of a positional change as well. Normally wing fullback, but into the forwards, playing as an edge forward in this game. Goes to Smith. Smith puts that kick across field. That's the Robbie Smith. We know it's taken there by Kelly. Kelly takes on Haney. Kelly gets away a couple of times before Cummings comes from behind to make the tackle.
That's what we like to see, Donny.
Now it comes from Mills. Mills goes across to Gudgeon. Gudgeon fires a bullet. The Bears chopping tackle there from Jared Smith, and Lungy wants to counter-attack.
Try-saving tackle there, Don. He had a runner on his left. If he'd taken that cleanly, if he got through that tackle, he could have dished to his left and it would have been try time for the Bears. Try-saving tackle.
Oh, what about the play to start
Here
it
it is
Robbie
again.
Smith
So right
across.
here, he had a play. He's gone right. If he ducked left, there you go. He had his number 5.
South Perth, a bit of scrambling defence from them. It's Cummings going down a short side. Again, had runners inside and out, but just takes the tackle. Comes back now to Proudler. Proudler to Beak to Captain. It's all a bit flat-footed from South Perth there. It's the tackle made by Wood. Now Lungy inside to Green. Green to Proudler. Proudler, he had 3 grabs at it and knocks it on.
Tough. Looks like almost like he placed it in front of him. It is coming down now. Coming down quite heavy.
It's never easy in these conditions, but it certainly hasn't stopped the Willagee Bears from having a go. We saw that kick there from Robbie Smith, a kick pass.
That was fantastic.
Across field to Manfred Kelly on the right-hand side.
For those interested, I'll just have a look at the radar now. It is just a patch. It's a heavy patch, but it's just a patch. It should clear in 10, 15 or so. Apparently we're only supposed to get 3 mil of rain today. I think we've had our feed of that.
Well, we got the full quota. All 3 mils has fallen on Bear Park here at Webber Reserve. If you were to go and play Premiership round 6, first versus third, there's Gudgeon. Turns that one underneath, trying to find a little bit of space. Fighting to try and get up there, Chanburn, he does, and Bannister gets out a dummy half. Proudler over the top, tries to slow things down, Mills to dummy half. Goes now to Gudgeon. Gudgeon trying to put that down into space and roll into touch, but right into a corner. That's high percentage stuff there from Willagee. He would have loved for it to stay in the field of play, but going into touch allows them to set their defensive line. Get ready to attack with their shoulders. It's to Moana. Takes the first run for the Lions into Chanburn. Now with Arthur. Arthur looks to use his speed to get to the outside. They keep working down that same channel. So South Perth in this little corridor, pulling out of the tackle there, Robbie Smith. The referee eventually says, play on, keep going, and Corbin Daniels says, yes, I will. He goes straight through the other side. Everybody stopped, and eventually Daniels will be told to play it. Plays it back to Proudler. Now to Googard. Googard steps inside Smith. He's put down by Vi. Proudler looks to the short side. It goes to DeBeek. DeBeek, tip on play to Arthur, who puts it down. Well, those last passes, they're just not sticking for either team right now, Dave.
I think maybe they just need to play some wet weather footy at the moment. There's a bit of low percentage play. I think just hold the ball, hit up, play your 6, keep your hands on it, get up the ground. And again, they look like they're trying to play dry weather footy, Don.
It's not quite working for either team so far. 0-all still on the Cash Converters scoreboard.
It is taming down.
Around the grounds, the Westpac Women's Premiership last night. We spoke about it at the top of the broadcast. The Fremantle Roosters beating the Kalamunda Bulldogs last night 58-0. And while the Willagee Bears, a 22-18 win over the Ellenbrook Rabbitohs to go to the top of the table in the Westpac Women's Premiership. Back here, the Bears trying to work it out of their own end after the South Perth mistake. Wood takes it forward into Proudler. Smith also in the tackle. They go to Gudgeon. Gudgeon looks to put boot to ball, driving it long over the head there of Haney. Haney takes his time before eventually he does pick it up. The chase not quite as the straight line that Willagee would have liked. He almost got to the outside before the reinforcements arrived. Now Arthur takes a step out of dummy half, and Gudgeon does his work from first marker and makes the tackle. Now the pass to Green, who wasn't expecting it. Takes the tackle. It's to Moana again in at dummy half. Goes to Lungy to Capteen. Again flat-footed. McDermott puts him down onto his back and slows it right down. It comes back down now to DeBeek for the kick. As this little game of Forceman's back starts. Gudgeon with a big kick. Now DeBeek with a big kick. And Karanavalu, he steps out of a couple of tackles. Lungy gets hold of him and just prevents him from a genuine line break. There's now Kelly out of dummy half, looks to find a bit of space as well. Play it back to Bannister. Bannister goes himself for a run. Had McDermott on his outside shoulder, but doesn't give the pass. Smith now to dummy half. They work now with Tapawaiga. He's up to the Lions' 40-metre line. A good set as Gudgeon swept around. It goes now to Smith. Gudgeon is chasing through. That's going to go into space. It's going to roll into the in-goal area, and Haney has to tap it over the dead ball line. And it'll be a repeat set. Again, a good kick from Robbie Smith. He could hear the footsteps there of Kainor Gudgeon and knocks it over the dead ball line when perhaps he didn't need to. If he had looked over his shoulder, he might have realised he had a little bit more time than he thought he did.
I was surprised. Yeah, I mean, even just protecting the space behind him, I don't think he was aware that he thought he was closer than he actually was. The kicking game's going to be important today, Don. There's been some great ball off the boot so far.
It's always a big job for forward packs in these conditions as well. It's Robbie Smith hands that one off to McDermott. They go away from Chanburn to Tapawaiga on the right-hand side. Now they come back towards the middle. Chanburn gets his chance this time. They wasted him once. They won't waste him again. Quick play the ball. They're inside the 10 now, the Bears. Smith goes to Gudgeon. Gudgeon hands that on to Wood. Wood trying to fight through the tackle. Standing in the tackle of Lungy and Green. Eventually throws away Green and gets to play the ball. Gudgeon switches the point of the attack. It comes back. It's going to be Wadwell that goes down, and I think he's come up with an error at the end of that run as well. We have a look at the replay. Wadwell just stepped back inside and just loses a handle on the ball. Complaining about a strip, but I don't think it was the best of carries.
As we say, you've got the right to hold on to the ball.
Knock on in the past. In. Break. Good.
Well, the first real chance to start a set down that end of the field for Willagee and South Perth. Their defence is rock solid as well. Still 0-0, almost 16 minutes gone in this one. And that's not a play the ball. And the Willagee Bears will get the ball back. And once again, we'll start in pretty good field position.
It is really coming down now. You can just see on the replay there. It is bucketing down. And it is, have a look at the radar, Don. There's literally the reddest part of this little splotch just happens to be over where Willagee are, around near Melville. So, just it's like just hitting him up. Here we go.
What it is the Bears go on the attack, and a chance busting out of a couple of tackles goes Karanavalu. Eventually he's put down. Bannister to dummy half. A slow play the ball for Karanavalu. Bannister goes to Chanburn. Chanburn tries to run over the top of Elliott and does. He leaves footprints on his forehead. Bannister goes to Gudgeon. Gudgeon turns that underneath and Fafita Tovo. Gudgeon gets levelled after he passed that. He asked the touch judge if there's anything in it. Now Smith. Smith beats one. Gets it out wide. They've got numbers. Dummy goes himself and put down going. He's dropped the ball as well.
Hold on. There's a bit of concern here. Looks like time off.
Well, immediately a lot of players signalling to the sideline.
It is.
I think Eli Going
Wet.
has hit the ground hard and is in some distress. And there is a deal of concern as we have a look at the tackle that caused the issue. Desperation sliding across here is...
What was that, head on head? Head, mate.
Head clash there between Going and Ethan Gugart.
I think he's out. I think he's gone down. I think he's out. So
well, that might be the end of Eli Going's day.
No, that's all good. It's
Nasty head clash. And I think he was out before he hit the floor.
You and me spoke on a different subject. We'll just change it. Last night about how wet it's been on the East Coast. And how funny it's been to watch wet with the footy on the East Coast. Oh, my God. Have a look at the shots now. Oh, my gosh. Just if you're watching, especially if you're watching up north, you're joining us for the Super Saturday, it has not rained like this. I can't remember since it rained like this.
I've forgotten what rain looks
And
like.
and I swear that the radar, I mean, you can see that. I mean, look at that. It's a tiny blop on the radar. It just happens to be right over Weber Park, right over the cave.
Well, I mean, everyone can see the rain is coming down.
It's coming down. I feel sorry for the crew.
As we always do. And some hardy souls down on the sideline as well. The umbrella's up.
We may actually get an extended delay here if it is as bad as we think. I think he was.
He seems to be moving around a bit now, at least. So he's they're getting him up. So he's about ready to leave the field. But I think his day is done. Eli going around the grounds, courtesy of Cash Converters. Of course, a few games earlier today, Val Murphy Trophy, the reserve grade competition here in Western Australia. Got a couple of those results. The Rockingham Sharks in last place. Have beat the ninth place Joondalup Giants 28-10. So a good win for them. And the South Perth Lions in the game here at Bear Park earlier. South Perth 34-14 over South Perth. I think Ellenbrook had a good win over the Kwinana Titans as well, although that score was having some trouble on the app. So we'll get the final score of that one when we can. Now, Harry DeBeek feeds the scrum after the error caused by a head clash. It's a cruel game sometimes, rugby league. Riley Captain ducks his head and tries to burrow underneath a bear. Lungy takes on the line, fends away from one, gets the pass to Daniels. Daniels takes on the fullback. He steps him inside, turned him inside out, and the cover defence comes from behind to make the tackle on Daniels.
Didn't quite have the toe there. He was in two minds as well.
He was trying to turn the fullback inside out, but all it did was give time for the cover defence to come from behind and make the tackle as DeBeek, he goes wide, out to Haney. Haney steps inside one. DeBeek wraps around, gets it back, now goes inside to Gugar. Gugar tries to run over the top of Bannister. He gets some help to make the tackle as now DeBeek goes to Haney. Haney gets it on to Cummings. And Kerry Cummings is just a couple of metres short of the line. Plays it back to Arthur. It comes to DeBeek. DeBeek trying to roll it in behind. Well, he gets that one up off his shins into his hands. Well done by Hayden Wood, but not so well done by Ryan Mills, knocking on a dummy half. And Daniel Green almost gets a gift. Now Proudler to Lungy. Lungy fires it out to Tumoana. Tumoana, he does some dancing, comes out the other side and scores the first try of this game, and the Lions go up 4-0, kick to come.
Well, disappointing to go down, but to let the first try in off a pretty bad mistake. Just losing the handle at dummy half, we've just missed that, but put them in a really good position too. And of course, they were set up ready for the attack as well, so it was their carry and quick play the ball after that mistake, and the Bears would be very disappointed about letting South Perth in for the first points after a pretty shocking error right on their own line.
Not the best of moments for Ryan Mills. Just he gets into dummy half and knocks it on straight into the arms of Daniel Green, who he must have gone very close to diving over himself. But tell you what, the try, I don't think we're giving enough credit there to Jordan Tumoana.
Oh, it was a beautiful try. I mean, his toe, again, on a deck that's probably quite greasy too, to hold his line, hold his that strength to just go back and forth. People don't realise how difficult it is to be able to pivot that quickly off each toe. Fantastic. And then to dive under, plant it down, and then also maintain control on the greasy ball as well. Very good.
Well, it's taken a long time to get our first points. It is South Perth that get them as DeBeek pilots that one over, raises the flags, and the South Perth Lions, they lead 6 points to 0. And the Cash Converter scoreboard, 20 minutes gone, as we have another look at this fancy footwork from Jordan Tumoana. Just stands up Tommy Fafita Tovo and slides over.
Stay behind!
He was probably the smallest bloke in that challenge as well, so that gave him I reckon an advantage there.
The kick-off goes down to the Lions, and Elliott brings it back. into the attack. Now Arthur with the second run. Gets hit by Gudgeon and almost gets away, but Gudgeon holds onto his coattails. Now Smith gets it onto Daniels. He's been dangerous so far, Corbin Daniels. Already with one long line break. They handle him there as Green. Green trucking it forward. And Proudler will kick from acting half. Down into a corner and a perfect kick, as you'd expect from Eddie Proudler. Mills, he holds onto it this time. Through the contact of Tumoana and Lungy. Lungy works from marker to make that tackle as well. Karanavalu, not too often he gets stopped by the first tackler. Kelly out of dummy half. Captain has hold of him along with Green. Noble's out onto the field as the Lions go to their bench. Smith, tip that on. Davis Hunt.
Move together!
I think he's come on from the bench as well, despite wearing number 11. It's Tapawaiga on that right-hand side. Getting through this set here.
Touched.
Bannister. And that's going to be played at by South Perth. This should... I'm not sure where he's going.
Yeah, Bears.
What's he?
Did it go out on the full? I'm not sure why he's bringing it back to where the ball was kicked from.
Oh, yeah, on the 20. On the 20.
I'm a little confused as to why that isn't where the ball rolled into touch.
He immediately said touch, didn't he? So
well, it was touched off the boot, but it still should be a play the ball where the ball went out, not where the kick was. So that's an unusual one. But none of the players seem to pick up on that either, so maybe it went out on the full, so
possibly
off after being touched off the boot. That certainly wasn't the signal from the touch judge, but in any case, the Bears get the ball back, another set of 6 and an opportunity. It's Campso. They go across with Wood. Wood fends away from the first attempt from Lungy and got through another tackle as this rain is absolutely teeming down. It's difficult to see exactly what is going on. As Fafita Tovo is put down. We'll play it back to Tremaine Campso. They come back towards Fafita Tovo. He rolls it in behind, looks too big, chases through. He tackles a player without the ball. It goes over the dead ball line, and they'll come out to the 20 for a 7-tackle set. Well, the rain's still coming down, but looks like the sun is also out.
It's a contradiction in terms. Has he made a mess of that? He has to. No,
well, Travis Haney wants to send this one up to the commentary box. He wants the referee to have a look at it.
I think he's done his. What's? Oh, hold on. What about
the captain's challenge is burnt? You reckon?
Yeah, I think yeah. Well, I'm just watching it on the screen. Yeah. What does he do?
The feed, scrum feed now.
Nothing,
Robbie Smith to feed the scrum.
He'd lose that challenge. Let's just put it that way.
We'll come back for a second go at the scrum. Now to Gudgeon after the scrum win. The Bears trying to level this one up as Mills steps past Lungy, slammed down onto his back, gets his legs taken from under him, Ryan Mills. Low pass to Gudgeon. Gudgeon, ball out in 2 hands, some fancy stuff. They tip it on out wide. A chance, that goes out to Kelly, but I think that was forward. Tapawaiga, the last pass. Just slips out of the hands, goes forward. It's still good hands from Kelly, but they come back after the pass goes forward. So that one was okay. And this one here is the where the issue is.
Yeah.
Clearly forward.
He did well to grab it. Same result though.
So it remains 6-0. 26 minutes gone. As everyone falls over it in the scrum. They've made a mess of it. And there's an error from South Perth, which will give Willagee another opportunity.
It's difficult, John, when I'm looking at this to criticise any handling errors at the moment. It looks like it's snowing. It is. I don't know whether our cameras are amplifying it, but it looks like it is snowing.
It is teeming down in any case.
Shining sun.
There's Wood. He's bouncing out of tackles. He's got, and they've got a penalty. Offside from the scrum win.
Yeah. Yes, Sully, it is snowing in WA. Yes.
It's snowing in Willagee. And the Bears, well, even though it is snowing winter time, they're not going into hibernation.
No.
They're about to go on the attack. Work down a short side. Gudgeon gets it out a little wider. Attacking that right-hand side. Robbie Smith wants the ball, gets the ball, tips that on to McDermott. McDermott, he finds his front, wants a quick play the ball. Wadwell at dummy half. Gudgeon kicking across field. A contest here. It's going to be too big. The kick, though, goes out on the full. Didn't quite measure that as he would have liked there, Kynor Gudgeon.
Coming. Yes.
I'll hand that over.
Yes, great. No. He's ready.
Now the South Perth. Awkward tackle there on Riley Capteen. Lungy goes to the line, gets it to Smith. Smith, well, for Fafita Tovo, an important tackle. The rain looks like it's starting to ease up. Told to go back and play it on the mark. Jared Smith, well, I thought he'd earned a quick play the ball. But not a quick play the ball off the mark, says the referee. Jaden Evans out onto the field in jersey 14 for South Perth. There's another pressure pass, and they look to attack straight away, but I think they're going to come back after the knock on. That was a pressure pass there to Travis Haney, and it's no wonder he knocked it on. I think you said it only a couple of minutes ago, Dave, that they've got to start playing wet weather football. This is not it.
No, it's run and gun. It's as quick as you can. It's just calm your jets a bit. And I know it's difficult because we've seen the Bears a few times now. That's obviously their game. But this is a winter sport, so you need to be able to adjust.
I don't know that either side is quite adjusted to these conditions just yet, but it looks like the conditions might be about to change.
Hopefully.
Dave McRae's mentioned the radar a few times, and given that it stopped, there's not too much else behind it, so this might be it. It's a high tackle.
HIH, is it?
Well, they've already lost Eli going. You would think for the rest of the day. And after this high shot here from Jared Smith.
Just heads.
And that's on Hayden Wood. Wood is down.
Yeah.
He's been very good for them too, Hayden Wood.
Geez, that's tough. Losing, yeah. He'll have to come off.
Well,
that'll be the last we see of him. That's two they've lost now.
It's been put on report.
All right, so that's
and he's
time.
calling time off now. He's taken a long time before he's called time off too. Play was down for quite some time.
Yeah, the Eli, if you've just joined us, Eli Goulding went up. We would have gone off about the 6th, I think. It was pretty 10th.
No, I mean it was probably.
It was early in the piece anyway. But
15, 20 minutes.
I think he was out when he hit the ground.
He was out cold.
Yeah.
I think.
Which is why
there's going to be a chance, I guess, that Hayden Wood can come back, but he's been down for a long time. He does seem to be in some distress, some pain. So they might be down to 15 for the remainder of this contest. Half an hour gone. The Lions leading 6 points to 0 on the Cash Converter scoreboard. Well, he looks in a bad way there,
Yeah,
so
no,
I said he might be coming back, but
wouldn't have thought so.
on those images, I would say he's not coming back today, and that is Willagee down to 15 players. And I wonder if Jared Smith might have a case to answer there.
Well, did you say he was on report? I didn't see
He was
that.
put on report. He was put on report, but nothing further today. I think we can see the outcome of the shot. There's now some adjustments made to the Bears. They'll have to put somebody else out to an edge forward role. They're going to have to be quite brave from here. Down to 15 players. An outside back and an edge forward has already gone down. So they're going to have to think on their feet to get through this one against the top of the table Lions. There's Vi. Put down 20 metres out. Comes back to Gudgeon, goes to Smith. Smith, he hands that on. The ball hits the deck again. Referee says knock on. Well, again, just going through the hands, and it's going to be hard to handle. The rain did ease up momentarily. It is certainly back coming down again. DeBeek feeds the scrum. It's Lungy dummies on the outside. Gudgeon stays with him, along with Nilavai, who I think is the player that's moved to that left-hand edge to replace the injured Hayden Wood. It's Travis Haney getting out of dummy half. Slower play the ball, make sure he gets it right. It's Daniel Green, is met solidly by Vi and also McDermott. Now underneath the Noble. Noble bounces away from McDermott in the first instance. He comes again with some help from Chan Boone. It's now Evans to Lungy. Lungy dummies on the outside. Looks to bounce away. Gets away from Campso. Now the offload to Green. Green gets out of the first attempted tackle from McDermott before he is put down. And Evans goes back to DeBeek. DeBeek's going to go to the sky. A tester now for Mills. Gets his body position right and takes the catch. And South Perth ruled in front of the kicker, so a piggyback penalty to get them out of their own end as well. We've got about 8 minutes until half time. Bears would love to get themselves back into this contest. Willagee. Well, South Perth are saying that they got a touch on it before it went out, so it's going to be a play the ball rather than a tap. It's now Fotu. Fotu's put down centre field, 40 out from the Lions line. Now Gudgeon. Gudgeon turns that one. Vi, he's got copped one in the nose as well. You saw him grabbing at the face straight away. Another high shot from South Perth. Another penalty to the Willagee Bears. Gudgeon maybe reminding the ref as to how many of these there have been where they've slipped up a little high. Campso, he takes the tap. Goes to Vi. Vi runs into Noble. Good contact. Along with Evans. Campso to Chan Boone. Chan Boone goes to Smith. Smith dummies to the first runner. Gives it to the second one. Fotu. Camso out of dummy half, goes to McDermott. McDermott
down.
reaches out, slams it down. And the Bears are up 6 points to 4. Kick to come to try and level this one up. Not far from half time. And we've got a little bit of a set to as well. Jared Smith involved. I think maybe they had some words to him after the shot on Hayden Wood.
Just testing the fabric, Donny. Just the ISC shirts. They're very good. I like them. That's what they were doing. But look, that's, I think, once they kick this, which they should, for me, I don't know about you, Don, but that kind of 6-all going into half time, I think that's a fair reflection of where we're at. I think, like I said, the Bears would have been really disappointed letting in that first try with a shocking error in the play the ball at dummy half.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of mistakes in the game, and I think
no one's been clean.
One of the things we've spoken about is playing wet weather football. That was a wet weather.
Yes,
that was a wet weather try there.
100%. Yeah.
Just through the middle of the ruck, you know, a little tip on play, and use your strength and your power to score your tries. And we sort of said the first team that starts to settle down and actually play some wet weather footy will get some benefit from it, and we've seen it there from the Willagee Bears. See if it continues. And I think we've still got 5 minutes until half time. It's going to be a big 5-minute period. He raises the flags, and well, you'd already given him the goal, so you didn't quite put the mock on him. He knocked it over though.
No.
6-all. 35 minutes gone on the Cash Converters scoreboard as we have another look. This try from Finn McDermott. Travis Haney just a little late in getting there and trying to prevent it.
Good try.
It's the tackle down low. Allowed him to free the arms, and he gets to the line. Big set after points. There's Fotu. He leaves one behind in Tim Noble. Camso goes to the short side. Davis Hunt. Over the top goes Haney, so no one at fullback at the moment. As Smith to Chanboon. Trying to fend away from Evans. Riley Capdeen trips over, and he looks like he's hurt himself. He tripped over the tackle player, and he's real ginger trying to get back in the defensive line.
Just a stinger.
Hopping a little bit there as it comes back to Gudgeon. Gudgeon, a midfield bomb. And, well, he's dropped that. I think Melly Arthur would have been better off just allowing the Bears to catch it and then claim them. Instead, he's tried to catch it and knocked it on. And the Bears get a result from what was otherwise a fairly average kick.
It was a very average kick, it up and under, no space. But look, maybe that was the plan. Good chase here to put the pressure on. And just launched into that. In the end, didn't touch it. And just the contact has just put him off, and he's dropped it cold. And I'm pretty sure it is cold because I saw some steam coming out. It doesn't look cold, Donny, but I've been told it is.
Well, it would be pretty cold for the players out there having sat through a rainstorm.
Oh, good ball.
They're cold, they're wet. And will they soon be behind the South Perth Lions? Getting in the tackle there, Noble and Capdeen. He looks to have recovered from his little issue as Chanboon steps off the right. Into Evans. Capdeen, geez, he's worked hard. Makes another tackle to add to his stats sheet. The try scorer, McDermott, gets out of the tackle of Lungy. Camso waits at dummy half, looking for instructions. Dummies to Karanavalu, goes across to Gudgeon. Gudgeon to Smith. Smith goes wider, a little juggle from Mills. He goes out now, and Kelly stepping, weaving. He's beaten a couple. He sees some space, tries to spin past Evans. The Lions get 4 players in the tackle to hold him up. Tackle 5, they've still got another shot. The pass comes back to Smith. Smith, wrong-footed, puts it in behind, and Haney diffuses it. Haney will try to counter-attack straight away. He gets back to the 10-metre line. Now there's going to be a penalty to South Perth. Well, it was chaotic there for a moment.
He's just, how many players did he run past on? And then, as you called it, it took 4 of them to take him down. Is that half-time? No.
No, there was penalty, so they've kicked for touch.
On the line, lads.
So it gets them out of trouble there, South Perth. They've been under pressure for the last 10 minutes of this half. Some of their own doing, of course. But now they get to start a set. Not too far short of halfway. As Daniels, though, slow to his feet. Goes to Lungy, to Capdeen. He stands, can't get the offload away. Evans, the pass not the best from Evans. Gugart goes back and cleans it up. They've lost all the territory that they had. That's ripped out. That was stripped out. There was about 4 in the tackle. That's a silly play, really, from the Bears. So into this last minute, they just got on top. They had 3 players in the tackle and clearly stripped it. That is not intelligent rugby league. They've given South Perth a golden opportunity to strike a blow just before the break as it comes out again. The referee's looking for a call. He's got the half-time call. And that's the call he's got. He couldn't hear the siren, and it has sounded. And we will go to the break at 6-all. Well, it's been an enthralling opening 40, Dave. But
entertaining. I don't know if it was the cleanest 40 minutes of footy, but it was a good half. And again, I think that heading into the break with both teams at 6-all, I think that's a good representation of where it's been at. Plenty to do in the second half, and from the Willagee Bears perspective, as you mentioned there, try good wet weather footy. Just keep doing that and get rid of the looseness. But as we do on Super Saturday every week, we throw up to our colleagues up north. We might just turn their comm on now, and I believe today, Don, if we can get them on comm, we've got a special guest, boys, from WCBH up there in the territory. Boys, how are you?
Well, good afternoon to you, Don and Dave, from up here in Larrakia Country, NRL NT's live coverage for Round 6 Clash. Fantastic to answer your question. And of course, it's volunteer rounds up here in the top end. So thank you to the volunteers who make this possible. And of course, joining me alongside tonight is Cameron Hughes, my host from WCBH, but a very special guest from the NRL Dolphins prop, Thomas Flagler. It's great to have him here. Cam, I'm going to throw over to you because we got a few things to cover off about some things here out Territory Rugby League.
Yeah, evening, Dave and Don. It's great to be joining you with the National Volunteer Week. I'm a volunteer round. It is round 6 in the NRL NT. And there's a lot of noise in the background because at the moment, the Northern Sharks are about to score underneath the posts. They will take this game only 2 points behind the Darwin brothers now. It's now 18 points to 16 with a kick to come. As you know, Darwin brothers were last year's premiers. They are undefeated, sit top of the table. Up until today's game, only 12 points had been scored against them. And the Northern Sharks are taking it to the brothers this afternoon, 18-16 with a kick to come. They have been so dominant this season, brothers. If this is 1 versus 2 in the True Flow services, this game is going to go right down to the wire. We will come back to the True Flow services and the Dapsco Premiership very soon, but would like to welcome to our program this afternoon Queensland and Dolphins prop, Tom Flegler. Great to have you here.
Thank you very much.
Let's start off with your shoulder. How's it going? When are we likely to see you back on the field?
Yeah, the shoulder's going good. I had surgery at the end of last year, so at the moment everything's tracking pretty well. And when I'm going to be back is still a bit of a question mark on that. We've got a few hurdles to overcome yet, but I'll definitely be back playing footy by next year.
There's a lot of Dolphins and Queensland supporters wishing you all the very best for that recovery there. Let's talk about Thursday night. The Dolphins, probably one of their greatest wins in their 3-year history, a 44-8 win over the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs, who were the top of the table in very wet condition. How did you see that game?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've been a bit hot and cold this year, and we've got a bye next week. So going down there on the weekend, it was it was a must-win game for us, and them being so high on the ladder and, you know, us going down there and beating them on home turf was, you know, it was really, really pleasing for us, and we can take a lot of confidence out of it.
You may have heard that noise in the background. I take it that is the Northern Sharks. They have been successful with that conversion. It's now 18 apiece. Northern Sharks, First Brothers, 1v2 in round 6 of the True Flow Services Premiership. Tom, you mentioned a win on Thursday. You're heading into the bye round, which means another 2 points. Following that, you've got the Dragons at home. There must be a great opportunity for the Dolphins to push for a top 8 position, currently sitting 12th, but if you can pick up a few points over the next few weeks, you might be able to push for a top 8 berth.
Yeah, 100%. It's a great way to go into a bye, you know, finishing with a win, and I think we just got to have a good break, refresh ourselves up a little bit, and come back into round 13 with the mindset that you know, we're coming here to play footy, and you know, hopefully we can string together a few wins and see ourselves move into the top 8.
That would be wonderful to see. Of course, you're up here in Darwin for some community engagement. Darwin is a happy hunting ground for the NRL Dolphins. Last year, the Dolphins, big winners over the Parramatta Eels, 44 points to 16 at our TIO stadium. These days, while you're up here and you're doing the fan engagement, how has the reception been? Are you feeling a fan base starting to build up here in the territory for the Dolphins?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Dolphins love coming up here every year. It's a great trip up here, and you know, while we're up here, we try to get around to the community, you know, come to local footy clubs like this, and you know, get around and show our faces, and we'd love to see the support from all the Dolphins fans, and yeah, we can definitely see the growth since last year.
Let's talk State of Origin. Game 1 is on Wednesday. We have the first game at Suncorp Stadium, so a great thing for Queensland to have the first game. How do you see the two teams shaping up? New South Wales, there's a lot of talk about them going into the game favourites, which probably suits us Queenslanders. Queensland have picked a big pack, and they have 3 forwards on the bench.
Yeah, definitely. I think going into a State of Origin series, I'm not too sure what's going on behind closed doors in there, but I'm sure they'll be more worried about how they're going to perform as a comparison to what New South Wales are going to throw at them. And as for the team that Billy's picked, you know, they're the best 17 players in Queensland at the moment, and they deserve the jersey, and I'm sure they're going to go out there and do the jersey proud.
Great to see a couple of Dolphins make it into the Queensland squad. Of course, we've got Hamiso Tabawai-Fidel playing in the centres for Queensland, and Finifawaki, he made it into the squad, and that's got to be a tremendous experience for an young up-and-coming player.
Yeah, definitely. He's been a great signing for the Dolphins, and you know, to start the season, he's played really well, and you know, he's been rewarded with to be in the Origin squad there, and you know, I'm sure when he comes back to Clubland, he'll bring a lot more experience back.
A lot of Titans front rowers have now claimed the State of Origin jersey. We've got Tino Fuasau-Malawi and Mo Fotuaika playing in the front row, and Beau Fermor on the bench. Also Lindsay Collins. What a great strength for Queensland with you coming back next year in the front row stakes. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, the boys that are there so far have they're the best front rowers that Queensland have got to pick from at the moment, and you know, they're outstanding. They've represented their state and their country, all of them. So yeah, you know, fingers crossed we can go out there on Wednesday night and get the job done. You
spent a little bit of time here at TRL Stadium. Your thoughts on the local game up here? Have you been impressed with the standard of the game and the participation, particularly here in the women's game? We're seeing it grow and go from strength to strength.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we came here a few hours ago, and you know, myself and a couple of other teammates, we got out and ran a bit of water for some of the younger grades, and like you said, the girls' game's on now, and it's very close. So yeah, really impressed with how the footy's going up here, and yeah, great facilities.
I suppose coming from Redcliffe, there's probably not a huge temperature differential. How did you find it running the water out there? Was it hot and humid? This is our cool and dry part of the year.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot hotter up here. It's coming into winter at home, and it's a lot cooler. So a lot of Brisbane people would say that this is like summer for us.
Dave and Don, you've been talking about wet weather football down there in Perth. Absolutely no need for wet weather football up here. We've just seen brothers. They are now 22 points to 18. While we've got Tommy Flegler with us, do you have a few questions for Tommy?
No, mate, you've been fantastic. I was going to ask about his shoulder, but you know, it'd be great to see him back out there on the park very soon. And I know that you've been doing a lot of work, obviously, around the community, and hopefully we see more of the Dolphins up in North and over the next few years as well.
It's such an exciting time in rugby league. You know, we're in our third year of the Dolphins in the NRL. We've got the Bears coming in 2027 and PNG in 2028. There's a real buzz around the NRL. It's growing. We've got Vegas as well. Lots happening in the NRL.
Yeah, it's great to see the expansion of the NRL. You know, there's been talk of you know, expanding the comp and having more teams come in. And like you said, Dolphins have been in for a few years now, and it's great to see the Perth Bears have just got in now too. So, you know, each year we're going from strength to strength, and it's great to see.
Growing up in Tully, which was the team that you follow? Is that Cowboy country, or was it a Broncos, or possibly even a Titans supporter growing up?
Definitely not Titans. I think growing up, I only live about 3 hours away from Townsville, so I'm not going to lie, I was a bit of a Cows fan growing up, but times have changed now. I was a Bronx fan, and now I'm Dolphins.
Well, you could get the quadruple by picking up the the Titans maybe later on in your career. Let's talk a little bit True Flow Services and Dapsco Premiership. Like I said, we have the 1v2 game here in the True Flow Services Premiership. It is round 6, so it's very exciting because this is the time where we start working our way through the draw for the second time. If there is a team that's going to be able to challenge the Darwin brothers, it will be the Northern Sharks, and they're absolutely challenging the brothers tonight. The score currently sits Brothers 22, the Northern Sharks 18. We still have just under 5 minutes on the clock. This game will go down to the wire. Later on tonight, we do have 2 live stream games courtesy of Local Media Services Company. We have Brothers v Sharks. That is a 6:10 kickoff Darwin time. Darwin brothers, they are one of the big 3. Brothers, the Raiders and the Bears, they're sitting in the top 3. But there's a great battle that's starting to develop between Team 4 and Team 5, which is the Dragons and the Sharks. Here in the Territory, we do have a top 4 final series, so that 4th place is an all-important spot. And the Northern Sharks, they were fantastic in the early rounds of the competition as brothers go over for another try and look to wrap up the match. They were fantastic in the first few rounds. They dropped their form in the last few weeks, but last week they had a massive win, a big win over the South Darwin Rabbitohs, and the Sharks will be really looking forward to giving a good account of themselves up against Darwin brothers. Our second live stream game, thanks to Local Media Services Company, is the Litchfield Bears up against the Nightcliff Dragons. The Litchfield Bears, they tasted defeat last week for the first time, and they'll be going up against the Dragons, who are sitting in that 4th spot. Dragons were one of our live stream games last week. We gave them 2 areas to work on. We said if they can hold the ball better and be more disciplined in their football, they can challenge those top 3 teams. Dave, Don?
Fantastic, mate. Thank you very much. It was a comprehensive preview of tonight's games. We're pretty much we're into the second half of the game here in the Fuel to Go and Play Premiership. So we'll be back up in Darwin upon the conclusion of this game as South Perth get a good bounce. It does end up going into touch though. The Bears, though, they've had a chance there attacking the try line there for a while, but South Perth held up defensively. And now the Lions with their first chance. But unable to ice it there on that last play. So still 6-all, the half-time scoreline.
Great work up at the top end from the boys to grab Tom Fletcher. That's a big coup. Well done. All the stars, mate.
If he was fit, he might be playing Wednesday night in the State of Origin game. So he's a very high-class player, Tommy Flegler. A mistake here from the Willagee Bears. Gives South Perth a chance to regain the lead because they scored first through Jordan Tuamoana with some fancy footwork 20 minutes in. And it was only just before half-time that Finn McDermott crashed over for the Bears as DeBeek, charging up Manfred Kelly, shuts that down as he would look to create the extra number on that left-hand side. Now Timmy Noble. Noble with a hit up. Trying to come up with a one-on-one strip there, but as we see Michael Fotu drop out off the tackle. Now Capdean, workhorse in that opening 40. Looks to continue the work, although he might not be able to for too much longer. A slow play the ball. Zlungy goes out now to Haney. Haney tips it on to Daniels. Daniels Fends away from the first attempted tackle. Looks to step inside McDermott. Fafita Tovo comes again to finish off the tackle as Smith, the dummy half, goes to Lungy. Lungy to Green. Green look to the outside to Noble, but takes the tackle on 5. Goes to Lungy. Lungy goes to the line. Tipped on. Goes out wide and into touch. Goes Kerry Cummings. I don't know whether he had too much chance after the little tip-on play there from Harry DeBeek. I don't think the pass was actually meant for DeBeek. I thought it was going straight to Ethan Gugart. Hand it over. It'll be the Willagee Bears to play the ball. So there's first tackle there is Tapawaiga. He's slow to his feet. Of course, the Bears down to just 15 players after a couple of injuries. Eli Going and Hayden Wood. It looked like they've picked up game-ending knocks. Now, talking of knocks, there's a knock-on here against the Bears. There's a complaint from Dawson Davis-Hunt. It's falling on deaf ears. Robbie Smith tries to explain it to the referee. I don't know that that's going to cause him to change his decision.
I wouldn't have thought so. Time off. He's going to have a chat, is he?
No, I think there's an injury here. Missy Tapawaiga. Trainer's with him. He's standing up, but the referee's still got some concerns, and they might be down to 14 soon because he's got his arm wrapped around the trainer and he's going to hobble from the field. The Bears, they are getting very short on numbers with plenty of time left on the clock. Their fitness is going to be sorely tested. It's already difficult enough in wet weather conditions. Your legs get heavy. But when you've got no bench, the Bears are pretty close to that mark at the moment. It is even tougher.
Yeah, we're just going to wait for that play, though.
I think you don't want injuries at any time, but I think maybe the conditions might suit that. You're not going to be able to play that for hard-running footy. So if they can just adjust, play slow the play down a bit, and just complete their sets. As time's back on.
South Perth, a great attacking opportunity as Lungy turns it underneath the Daniels. Daniels held up and driven back in the tackle. Evans gets to dummy half. Lungy getting his hands on the ball plenty. Inside to Capdean. He just keeps going. So again, he's shaken off whatever ailment he had as Lungy again goes to the line with runners inside and out. Held the ball off the ground, reached out and has dropped it right at the last moment. Desperation from the Bears. They just did enough to force it free.
Well, I think he might have been in two minds there. We'll see it again. I think he's realised because he's gone down and surely it would have been a double movement. So he's down here. No,
so he kept the arm off the ground perfectly.
Yeah. It's the wrong arm, though. God, that was the problem. He had to sort of twist his body over.
Went close. Desperation from the Bears. Keeps this one locked at 6-all. Weather does tend to keep the scoring a little lower, and that seems to be the case in the other few to go and play premiership matches. At half-time, the North Beach Seagulls leading the Fremantle Roosters 16 points to 6. And the Rockingham Sharks over the Joondalup Giants 12-6 at the break. So we've got 3 games, all 3 very competitive at the 40-minute mark. 6-all here. About half an hour left to play. Jumping out of dummy half goes Karanavalu.
Loves to run, doesn't he? Loves to run.
Well, yeah, you'd hope so. Having wingers that love to run. Always an advantage is Chan Boone. He's put down. It comes back to Gudgeon for the kick. He's going to try and hit the belly of the ball. It's taken out by Noble. It's going to be a penalty for the 100%. Shot from Noble on Gudgeon.
Yeah, it came from from the assistant. You can't let that go.
Well, he's saying he's dropped the shoulder. Interested to see it again, because I'm not sure if he was trying to pull out of that tackle. He was chasing through to put pressure on.
He was hit late, and he was hit hard. I mean, we saw a bit of that in the big league as well. I think on Thursday night footy. Well, Gus was asking, well, you can't you challenge a kicker anymore? Well, you can't if you knock him out, or you hit him in the head.
Well, he's looking for the 2 points. He's got to his feet.
Oh, okay.
He's got a bit of a limp here, Kynor Gudgeon. He wants to put his side in front.
What would you do, Donny?
I would be taking the 2, 100%. I know you don't like taking the 2. You hate taking the 2.
For me, you take the 2 when you've got, we still got a lot of footy to play. You take the 2 when you're 6 up. You take the 2.
I think you take the 2 at 6 all and go in front. Because then you score, you're 8 up.
Yeah.
So it's the same
not an
concept.
easy kick, though. It's no givey.
It's 40 metres out.
With a wet ball.
At an angle. Ryan Mills. He's got the task. You're right, it's certainly not a gimme. It's a long way out. He's going to have to strike it well. We don't have the camera directly behind, so we keep our eyes on the touch judges.
It's not going to make the...
It drops over!
Made us all it made me look a bit silly. That was a great kick. Just snuck over the bar. Bit of butter on it just to grease it. He liked it. And in the end, a good decision by Skip.
Well, we actually saw this happen in the Westpac Women's Premiership last night.
It didn't work out well for the Bears.
It was the Ellenbrook Rabbitohs took the 2 points.
Well, they did do it much later in the game.
And then they made a mistake straight from the kick-off. And,
there you go. There's the mocker.
So then
Donny said that, not me.
Then the Bears scored in that Westpac Women's Premiership game and won the game. So taking the 2 points ultimately cost the Rabbitohs the win. Hindsight's always beautiful, because you questioned taking the 2 points last night as well.
I did question it then, yeah, as well.
You weren't actually on the call, but
right.
you got involved.
I think I was without being told. I think I was told to shush it. Turns out I had a bit of a victory, because the Bears.
You were right.
I was right.
Well, they need to complete here, and they don't. They come up with a mistake straight away. That's an ordinary play the ball.
Donny said that. Donny did. Not me, it was you.
I just said what happened last night. I didn't say they had to do it tonight as well.
If they score here, I might need a minute.
DeBeek goes underneath the Cummings, who almost goes straight through. He's centre field. And
get off him.
Well, he goes for goes for a horsey ride there.
Like a donkey.
It's Finn McDermott. And now South Perth will have the decision as to whether they level it up at 8 all.
Well, they're thinking about it.
And that is exactly what they're going to do. They're going to take the 2. And we're going to be back where we were at half time at 8 all. Because this one is a gimme from right in front.
So I'm going to agree with taking the 2 here, Don, only because I want to see it tied up. That's the only reason. As a spectator, we want to see a nice tight match.
We go around the grounds, courtesy of Cash Converters. Get the rest of the Val Murphy Trophy scores from here in Western Australia. We talked about the Rockingham Sharks, 28-10 over the Joondalup Giants, 10th versus 9th in that one. Ellenbrook Rabbitohs, 24-12, a bit of an upset over the Kwinana Titans. And North Beach, top of the table clash, North Beach Fremantle. It was the Seagulls coming from behind in that one to win 18-16. And South Perth at Bear Park, 134-14 over the Willagee Bears. And here, in the Fuel to Go and Play Premiership, we are back level at 8 apiece. After back-to-back penalty goals, 55 minutes gone, plenty of time left on the clock. Don't get any closer than that, Dave.
No. That's why we like it.
So the Willagee Bears, they get us back underway. The other game, it looks like the Joondalup Giants have levelled the score as well with the Rockingham Sharks. That one at 12 all. It's Capteen. Again through the middle of the park. He's put down, plays it back to Evans. He goes out to DeBeek. DeBeek to Googard. Googard looks to pull through the tackle there of Robbie Smith. Not noted for his defence, Smith, but he does well enough there as Green works down a short side. Gets the pass to Arthur. Arthur with the fullback to beat. He gets away from Smith. Smith comes from behind. An important tackle because he was going to dot down under the sticks. They've still got numbers out wide. It goes to Lungy. Lungy goes to the line. Gets it out to Daniels and Kainor Gudgeon. Gets up, stops the ball. A very important tackle, and Corbin Daniels now can't get to his feet. Clutching at a foot. He's trying to get up. Eventually, you think the referee's going to have to stop play. He goes back to the ground as Jared Smith trying to stretch out the foot cramp or whatever it is that's going on. He tried 3 or 4 times to get up there, Corbin Daniels, but he just couldn't do it. Great bit of play down that left-hand side. Melly Arthur, he looked like he was going to score as a kick goes across in that general direction. A double grab from Manfred Kelly. He grabs it on the second attempt. No one else touched it, and he comes down with it. Brilliant stuff from Kelly.
That's the sort of stuff that lifts your team too. Right in the line of defence. His teammates around him absolutely loved it. It's an arm wrestle.
Well, that wrestle continues. A few arms went up there.
Yeah,
there was an awkward gait there from Daniel Green in making that tackle. I think they're some talking claims about of a trip. I thought it was lower. I thought he stuck a leg out.
So did I, yeah.
Rather than the high shot. Going towards the sideline, dangerous in these conditions, Nellavai, but he stays in the field of play. They come back for the kick, and again hit as he kicked it there, Gudgeon. The crowd don't like it, the referee doesn't like it. And that's the second time in this in this second half that South Perth have made contact on Kainor Gudgeon as he's kicking the ball.
Jordan Tumalana, not as much in that one, but still. When you do it
again, there is no reward for putting pressure on the kicker. So just don't put pressure on the kicker. Let him kick it.
Don't do it
because the modern game, you do not get rewarded for it. If you touch the kicker, you're probably going to be penalised.
No, well, not just that. And again, I mentioned it must have been the Dolphins Sharks game. There was a similar thing, and old Gus was arguing, can't you put pressure on the kicker anymore? And I think might have been John's counter with, well, you can't hit him in the head. And that's what the modern game's all about: protecting the player, protecting the head. And that one. We didn't see the first one on replay, but that one, not as much in it. But the problem is, you do it once. You're just inviting the referee to make the decision for the second time. So just don't do it. And he's coming from the side too.
Yeah, for me, that should not be a penalty. That should not be a penalty in rugby league, but it is.
Yes,
it is a penalty in 2025. Yeah. If you touch the kicker, you're probably going to get penalised. I think it's ridiculous, but that's the way they're ruling on it. So, I think coaches need to say stop putting pressure on the kicker. You just let him kick it because there's no reward for doing it. Yeah. So now the Willagee Bears with Gudgeon. Robbie Smith spins out of the tackle of DeBeek. He gets rid of DeBeek a second time, runs away from Capteen, and eventually Daniel Green comes over the top to finish off the tackle with Jared Smith. Now they go to Gudgeon. Chan Boone on the inside. They read that well, the Lions. It was fairly well telegraphed from Gudgeon. If I am to be critical, and Chan Boone, he gets squared up a little bit. Smith Goes line out to Fotu. Fotu runs over the top of the peak. Gets the offload to Karanavalu. Ducks under one. Spins away from another. Slams it down. And the Willagee Bears go up 12-8. Kick to come. And he is a real handful, Simoni Karanavalu.
He's covered in olive oil, Don. He had a man on his right, and I thought, you have to go there. He had 3 on his left, or three on his right, so 3 here, and he's decided to take them all on. And could any other player have scored this try? Have a look again on the replay here. So he's ducked through one, spun through the other. I mean, he is an excitement machine to watch. And we only in around 6? His highlight reel is going to be ridiculous in 2025.
Remember the other Willagee game that we covered, and just never gets tackled by the first attempt. He beats the first man almost every time. As you say, he makes line breaks for fun. Now he adds a 4-pointer to put his side in front. In what has been a tight contest. And again, I mean, the run from Michael Fotu was also important in that. Yeah, just taking it up.
Run,
just the power run, just straight over the top of Harry de Beek.
Yep. Opens the line up. Yep. It almost, like there was definitely some structure there too. It allows your winger down that other end to take advantage of the broken defensive line.
Mills. Goal kicking. Well, we've already seen that it's quite important with penalty goals. He only scored until that Karanavalu try. Mills strikes that nicely. We got great vision of it. And the Bears, they go up to a 14 points to 8 lead. We're inside the final 20 minutes, 18 to play.
Here's the run you're talking about. Bang, straight through. That opens up his winger, yep, on the right. Had the defensive line and all sorts. I mean, they had to scramble to cover right as well. So we had Manfred Kelly there. I mean, throw a blanket over those two.
Around the grounds in the Field to Go and Play Premiership, the North Beach Seagulls out to a 20-10 lead over the Fremantle Roosters. While the Joondalup Giants looking for their first win of 2025. They lead 14-12 at home against the Rockingham Sharks. As the Bears looking for a completed set after points. Both teams have struggled in that area in recent times. Now they take it forward through McDermott. McDermott will fight to his feet. And Robbie Smith now going to drive that down into a corner. Manfred Kelly is chasing quickly to get down there towards Haney. Haney looks to step between them. Karanavalu makes the tackle. Holds on as long as he was allowed to as Melly Arthur out of dummy half. Driven backwards is Arthur. Well, they get some real force into that tackle there, the Bears. The 8 and the 10, McDermott and Chan Boone, and the error. And listen to the Bears crowd. They are up and about. They know what that moment means. Leading 14-8, a chance to extend that lead. Inside the last 20, we've got 17 to play. This could be a huge set of 6 in the context of this game.
I don't know where to go with that, Don. You've said that well. What a good call. The last, even before that try, they've just seemed like they're on top at the moment, the Bears. Loose pass.
Kelly didn't get the opportunity on the Karanavalu try. Now Karanavalu tries to go straight through the middle. Had to beat a few more that time. Captain and Green, quality defenders. They make the tackle. Gudgeon goes in behind his own player. And he's put down. Another important tackle made. Slow to his feet, Gudgeon. Camso goes across the face. The ball hits the deck. It's picked up by Jared Smith. Jared Smith. That's not Jared Smith. It's Kerry Cummings.
It's Cummings in the 3.
He gets up stepping. Now it's with lifted. Well, just got tipped a little bit awkwardly there, Ethan Gugart.
Well, now down at the other end, Donny, and this is an important set for South Perth.
Well, exactly right. A piggyback penalty. They come down the other end of the field. And suddenly, South Perth with a chance to potentially level this game and put us back on tenterhooks. Evans to dummy half. To Noble, to Evans, wrapping around. Green steps past Camso, gets it out to DePeek. Now Lungy. Lungy dummies the first one, goes out to Haney. Haney, he tries to slip through. Tackle down low for Fida Tovo. Lungy at dummy half, he goes to Capdean. A bit of a goose step before he gets to the line. He drives towards the line. Gudgeon holds onto the ball, makes sure he can't get there. Evans waits at dummy half. Fires it out the back, and on the bounce it goes to DeBeek. DeBeek looks one way, comes back the other, looks for a runner, can't find anyone, just dives to ground. Has some fun there with Chan Boone. Now Lungy. Lungy tipping that on to Russell. Russell offloads straight to Robbie Smith. Smith gives it on to Karanavalu. He takes on Arthur. Arthur makes an important tackle.
Thank you very much.
Well, that was a gift there for Robbie Smith, but you can guarantee Robbie Smith called for that.
Yeah. Here, bros, give me the ball. Gift wrapped.
Well,
That was a let off.
It was his first involvement, Butters. Ben Russell trying to have an impact as he did last week. Not quite the impact he was hoping for with that offload. Slow play the ball. Comes out to Mills. Mills is going to put boot the ball, driving it down into a corner. Looks like that's rolled into touch. Was that from inside the 40?
They're asking the question.
The Bears are asking if that's a 40-20.
He's saying that. I think the touch is saying yes. He's nodding.
Well, the touch is pointing to South Perth.
Okay.
So it's going to... Well, it's hard because the line markings here at Weber Reserve, we don't have the red line, so I'm not sure exactly which one is the... I think it's the checkered line is the 40-metre line.
I think you're right.
I would have thought it was inside the 40, but alas, South Perth get the ball. Cummings to Gugard. Gugard pulls out of a tackle, keeps the legs driving. Play it back to Evans. Evans at dummy half. He made a bit of a meal of it. Eventually gets it away. Now out to Lungy. Lungy has a juggle and Lungy goes straight through. He's dragged down from behind and dropped it. Well, a great tackle from behind from Tommy Fafita Tovo, and he gets the applause from his teammates. The little juggle. A poor effort here from Tremaine Camso. But Fafita Tovo comes from behind, grabs him by the shorts, makes a vital tackle and forces the error.
Just every time, the last two sets that South Perth have had inside this end, they've looked dangerous. And Willagee have managed to come up with something to force the error.
The Bears working away from their end now. We'll go around the grounds, courtesy of Cash Converters in the True Flow Services Premiership, the Women's Premiership up in Darwin. The Willagee Bears, the Litchfield Bears last night beating the Nightcliff Dragons 44-6. And the top of the table clash, Darwin Brothers and the Northern Sharks. Brothers 26-24 in that one. A real thriller, deserving of that top of the table billing. But Brothers, again, they just keep winning in that competition.
Keep finding a way.
Play the ball now from Fotu. Again, looking up at the referee as Gudgeon. He puts boot the ball, looking to drop it into space. Well, he just shielding that one. Travis Haney wanted nothing to do with it. An offload back to Gudgeon. And he was a spectator, Travis Haney. He's complaining to the touch judge. He's arguing with the touch judge, looking for the referee to come into screen. He points to the spot. It's a try to Kainor Gudgeon.
Travis Haney should be looking for a mirror to scream at.
Well, he just was praying for this one to touch the sideline. Haney thought that it did. desperation effort to tap that one back into the field of play.
So there's no one to blame there except for the number one, Travis Haney. Well, he waited for it. His positioning was wrong. It even didn't put himself between ball and player. Like, there's no one to complain to.
The touch judge is right there looking at the line. Yeah. He said that the ball did not touch the sideline. Difficult to tell from the angle we've got. But you're right, Travis Haney's positioning wasn't right, because if they did manage to keep it in the field of play, that was always going to be the result.
100%. And with just ticking into the 70th minute now, could we be seeing the first loss for the league leaders?
Well, the Bears, they're right on top at the moment. They'll have some complaints for sure, but ultimately they haven't been good enough so far today. The Bears settled down into wet weather football a little bit sooner than South Perth did, and they've been by far, for me, the better team in this second half.
Oh, most definitely. Oh, what a kick! What a kick! What a kick! I was going to say this before. I'm glad I did it, Don. But we are 100% for kicks today.
We are so far.
In the shocking conditions, fantastic effort off the boot.
So we have another look at this effort out on the wing.
So again, that's horrible positioning. Horrible. And he cannot, under any circumstance, say that he did not know that there were players charging on his left. There was two of them. He would have heard him coming. He would have seen him coming.
The effort from Andrew Bannister as well. I just wanted to watch that replay to make sure that it was him that tapped it back in field. Fantastic effort, just diving full length, grabbed it, reefs it back into the field of play, dragging it backwards. Otherwise it goes into touch and it's South Perth ball. But that extra effort, that desperation from Willagee, has them leading 20 points to 8 inside the final 10, although a mistake here from Michael Fotu. Well, let's see the energy levels of South Perth. Do they still believe that they can win this contest? They're down by 12. They're going to need 2 converted tries in this final 8 minutes. What tricks do they have left in their hat? Lungy goes to the line, hands that off. Good contact there on Javapro. He's just out onto the field. Capteen. Has he had a breather? Riley Capteen has just, I reckon he's had about 4,000 hit-ups and made 83 tackles.
As our stats man again. Metres gained, tackles made.
Daniel Green fighting to get up and again complains to the referee, and in doing so almost drops the ball. Goes now to DeBeek. DeBeek comes back infield, goes back to Lungy. Lungy, he looks to take them on. Gets whacked pretty hard there by Vi. And we'll play the ball. Evans out of dummy half, goes to Smith. Smith gets it out to Javapro. He stands in the tackle, more good defence. This time it's Gudgeon. Gudgeon, he hits the deck, stays down, goes to Lungy. Lungy, he's going to kick that one across field for a contest, and getting up, Manfred Kelly takes a screamer on the back of Kerry Cummings.
That was fantastic. Put that on replay. On high rotation. That was a fantastic defensive set from the Bears. Everything is coming up red and black right now.
Well, it just seems to mean more to them so far today. As the kick early in the count from Robbie Smith. He puts him on his back. He says, follow me. He charges downfield. Haney goes around Smith. Throws the long pass out to Tumoana. Tumoana with some space. Bounces out of the tackle of 2. Leapfrogs over another one before he hits the deck. South Perth. They're looking to go to work. Javapro steps underneath a couple. Well, suddenly the Bears looking a little ragged as Lungy takes it to the line. Well, they've had every excuse. They're down to about 14 players. They've got one on the bench. They're running out of puff. They've got 6 minutes to hold on. Daniel Green to dummy half. He takes a quick tap. They're not going to be allowed to inside 10 metres. But they will have another full set of 6 here, South Perth. They're holding on in the tackles, Willagee.
They look gassed.
Getting away with whatever they can. Daniel Green, he'll take the first settler. Courage required from Willagee. DeBeek dummies to the first, goes to Googard. Googard stands in the tackle, trying to get it free. They hold on to the ball. They question whether he might have dropped it. Now the pass to Russell. Russell towards the line. He's dragged down up against the post. Plays it back to Evans. Evans goes out now to Lungy. Lungy goes out to Haney. Haney chopped down low. Gets out of 1. Gets out of 2. Haney still going. We'll play it back to Lungy. Lungy waits. Oh. Claimed. Throws the forward pass. Was he onside there? Gudgeon, he was. The knock on is ruled. Willagee hold on again.
Just weathering that onslaught. Again, I mentioned when they're down here, they look dangerous, like they're going to score at some point. When does it break? But they're just those defensive efforts from the boys in the red and black are keeping them out enough to just force those errors.
Well, they go a step closer to claiming another massive scalp in this Fuel to Go and Play Premiership. They lead by 12, 4 minutes to go. Mills, driven backwards. Now Karanavalu going across field. Tried to step past Russell. Makes the tackle. Lets him know about it too. Now trying to go through the middle is McDermott. Simple footy. Russell again. Muscles up, drives him backwards. They're going to force them to kick from very deep in their own territory. Fafita Tovo.
Another one.
And a penalty.
Another one.
The conversation there between Ryan Mills and Ben Russell.
Well, it's been happening all day, those high tackles. At some point, you've got to ask, well, referee, we've had 2 go off with HIA. We've had continuous calls on the pitch from the red and the black about high tackles. And
I don't think there's much.
Actually, it was going down. There's not much of that at all. So, but when everything's going your way, you tend to get the soft ones.
Yeah, again, I mean, there's not much in it, but it's still a high tackle and deserves a penalty. So, again, the discipline of South Perth, which has been a feature of their game through the opening 5 rounds of the competition, it hasn't been the best here today. There's been a couple of late shots on kickers, a few high shots, and that's really been a big factor in the Bears' victory.
It's funny that the Bears games that we've seen, discipline has probably been a question for them as well.
Correct.
It's been flipped. I mean, their discipline today has been pretty good.
Yeah, they've put in a very solid 80-minute performance. There were certainly some errors when the rain was teeming down. Everyone was making a lot of mistakes, but they've been great in this second half. I mean, we went to half-time locked at 6-all. That was a fair reflection of the game, and I think now at 20-8, it's been a fair reflection of the second half that we've seen. But there was an error there from the Bears, so it gives an opportunity for South Perth to have the last say in this contest. Noble straightens into McDermott. The ball again comes free. A mistake from South Perth.
No.
Noble's not happy, but the Bears, they are cock-a-hoop.
Well, that's probably all she wrote now with just 1 minute change left.
Well, they'll get this set of 6. Again, the ball comes free and he's entitled to hold onto it. A loose carry from Noble.
You're the Bear dog.
Well, is it the weekend of the Bear? We saw in the Westpac Women's Premiership the Willagee Bears getting a win. We've seen now in the Fuel to Go and Play Premiership, it looks like the Willagee Bears are well and truly home in this one. And later on tonight, In the DABSCO Premiership up north, we've got the Litchfield Bears with a bit of a fight on their hands up against the Nightcliff Dragons. So could be the weekend of the Bears.
It could be. I tell you what, I'm interested to see how these boys celebrate after this. We saw how much it meant.
There was some celebrations from Karen Avalu. He does awesome. A little dance and then knocks on.
That was great. I love that.
Some Sugar Ray Leonard footwork there from Karen Avalu.
The entire team like that one. Yeah,
I'm not sure what he was hoping to achieve.
I think it was a bit of like, hey,
Well, we just wait for this full-time siren now as Lungy. He's going to put the kick through. Haney is chasing through, but Gudgeon was already dropping back. He gets onto the loose ball. He hears the siren. He hits the deck, takes the tackle, and the celebrations for the Bears will start as they are the first team to defeat the South Perth Lions in 2025. A 20-8 win. We have another look at this this fancy footwork from Karen Avalu. What do you even call that?
And you know what? They all just stood there and watched it too. So
I would have too. I want to watch more of it.
What's going on? And again, the celebrations after the siren. This meant as much to the lads as it did to the women last night. It's a club that has been working really, really hard over not just last season, but a fair while to get themselves back in this position, to have representative first grade, both in the men's and the women's, and they're not here to make up the numbers, Don. They are here to make a statement, and today, how big is this statement? This is a massive, massive statement. And
they ain't playing. They lost players. They were down to 14 players. They had one player on the bench.
Absolutely.
They had every excuse to run out of puff and allow South Perth to run away with that game at the back end. They did not stop trying. They let in just the one penalty goal. Was the only scoring for South Perth in the second half. I think they should be incredibly proud of themselves.
Well, you touched on it. You know that they've managed to hold them out too. It wasn't them holding on. For me, it wasn't them holding. It wasn't desperation holding on. It was genuine defensive efforts in that back end of that half.
They were getting up off. That wasn't scrambling defence. They were getting off their line and they were making great first contact.
Absolutely, and you could tell they were gassed, but they just found something. They absolutely found something. One on the bench. I mean, you said it last night, Don. You wouldn't want to be a beer down at the cave tonight, and I tell you what, I guarantee you they'll be drinking the place dry tonight.
There might be a few down range, but of course it is only round 6. They've got plenty more to do, but you know, with a win like that, they show that they are a premiership contender in this competition. So fantastic to see the Bears win.
I'll tell you what's even better, Don, is we now have, we haven't seen much of the Roosters, but we have a genuine battle for top spot. A genuine battle.
The top 4 all incredibly competitive. Yeah. So I think when the top 4 play against each other, you don't know who's going to win on any given day. Absolutely.
Should we do it around the grounds before we head up to
we'll do a quick around the grounds, full time at Joondalup, and the Joondalup Giants have got their first win of the season, 16-12, beating the Rockingham Sharks. And it looks like the North Beach Freo game is still going, but North Beach leading 22 points to 20. Not sure how long is left in that one, but just about at full time, you would think, with the Sea Eagles just holding off Fremantle. Fremantle seem to be the kings of some close losses in 2025.
Well, so they've gone over in the 70th, so they actually made them look a bit better. But it's the weekend of the Bear. So Don, it does this here at Weber Park at Cove, doesn't it? Because we've got to go.
We've got another game that's currently already underway up in Darwin, and we'll try and catch the back end of the first half of Darwin Brothers up against the Northern Sharks. I think it's Brothers leading that one at the moment, but we might cross over to Darwin in just a couple of minutes as we see the Bears getting the reception from the crowd. So we head to Darwin. Not University Sharks anymore, the Northern Sharks up against Brothers in the DABSCO Premiership. And I believe Brothers leading 12 points to 4 at the moment. And they do have the ball in hand with Connor Williams taking a couple of steps out of dummy half. Kaylee Vataitai scoring for Brothers. Not sure who the other try scorer was, as they're going to go away and extend this lead. Well, he's done a hammy. He's got strapping already on that hammy there, Mal.
Oh, that was horrible to watch. Well, he'll need a bucket of ice to go with his mate Pye.
He's already got strapping on that hamstring. Yeah. You can see, and he's redone something that was already a niggle coming into the game. And that might be the end of his day, but he does get the 4-pointer to make it 16 points to 4 with a kick to come.
Yeah. Fucking shot, DJ, that's all on the back.
100%. There's nothing wrong with it. It was the sight of the two players. That's all it was.
Catch it up at the back,
We might have to catch up with the boys in Darwin to just find out who it was that scored the other try for Brothers. We've got Mikhaili Vataitai scored, and now, of course, Naima Mal going over for Brothers for that one.
Yep.
And Sam Pearson, the Sharks try scorer. Conversion attempt now.
We might have. Do we have?
Yeah, good day, boys.
How we going, mate?
Kyle Fauntleroy here. Yeah, well, I'm of course joined by Chris Foy. Beautiful conditions up here in the north. Impressive opening, boys. You've missed an impressive opening from the Brothers. Sharks did well, I thought, that sort of opening 20 minutes to stay with them. Slowly slipping away now, but I thought Antonio James has been really impressive for the Brothers outfit, not just defensively, but in attack as well. He's proved a couple of great hit-ups, and yeah, defensive efforts has also been impressive. So a couple of veterans actually playing today across both teams. Daniel Good for the Darwin Brothers, and then on the Sharks outfit we've got Damien Mick and Tommy Gunn. Great to see some of the old boys lacing up the boots.
Always good to see some of the veterans. A few names that I remember from another lifetime ago when I was up there refereeing. Tommy Gunn and Goody. 18 points to 4. Brothers over Sharks. At the moment, Brothers sitting third on the ladder at the moment. It's very, very congested in the Dapsco Premiership because Bears and Raiders also on 8 competition points, but Brothers the worst for and against of the 3 teams at the top of the table. Looking to at least temporarily go to the top of the table with a win over the Sharks, who are down in 5th. Pretty close game between these two teams when they met back in round 1. 20-12 Brothers on that night, and had to come from behind, but they are playing from in front right now. Kernoff goes out now to Wilson Perkins, who's driven backwards by Verstig. They're trying to punch in behind the ruck. The kick coming now from Kernoff. Oh, and it's knocked on. And a player in an offside position from the Sharks. Well, he had no choice but to dive on it and give away the penalty rather than giving away the try to Brothers.
Around the grounds, thanks for McDonald's up in the top end. It's a volunteer round, of course, in the Gatley. I think you've already gone through this. Don Nightcliff 22 just couldn't get the biscuits over the Bears 24. The Brothers 32 defeated the Sharks 6, and the Raiders took it out against the Bunnies 42-0. And in the True Flow Premiership, it was the Brothers 26-24.
Hold the phone, Brothers going over.
Brothers going over. Oh, shut up,
a try there for Daniel Good. Just runs a great line, shows all of his years of experience, just hitting the line. Goes over to extend Brothers' lead out to 22-4, and they punish the Sharks for their mistake. Back to you for those scores.
I think I did them all, Tom.
You did them all? You finished?
As I was reading them, I think I was repeating myself, to be honest. I think we'd already been through them. I'm getting messages from my friends up north.
Yeah, g'day fellas. Mao was the player that left the field earlier with the hamstring, and we've got Trent Kernoff now gingerly walking towards the sideline. Seems to have done some damage to himself.
That's no good at all. Brothers with losing a couple of players. We're out to a lead, so we should be able to hold on to it, you would think, but never good to lose a couple of players in the first half. We certainly saw that in the Fuel to Go and Play Premiership here in Western Australia as well. The Willagee Bears losing a few in that contest, and Brothers suffering the same fate here at TRL Stadium in the DABSCO Premiership.
And both solid, hard-running forwards, so Brothers are going to have to rely on a little less size now going forward in this game.
Conversion attempt here from Nicky.
Of course, it's volunteer round here, boys, in the Northern Territory for NRLNT. So big shout out to all our volunteers across the game, and we certainly couldn't do it without them. And a great partnership for the NRLNT with Mix 104.9. I know a few lucky supporters have won themselves a corporate box tonight, and I'm looking over right now, and they look to be having a great time.
Oh, nice.
Sounds like a good gig if you can get it, a corporate box. What a prize. There's no better place to be on a Saturday night than at TRL Stadium in Darwin, but I think I might have found a better spot. Corporate box at TRL Stadium in Darwin.
Stand there, Marcus Square. Go.
Maybe the commentary box next to Kyle and Chris. Always good value.
No better spot, boys. No better spot.
Our Brothers again working it out of their own
as
end.
well, boys.
You go, mate.
Positional switch I've noticed there for Caleb Nicky. Frank Johnson medalist, playing in the centres today, usually in the second row, but obviously standing coach Joseph Carbone decided he wanted to play him in the centres today.
This one bounces around, I think tapped forward there by Brothers, and it will be called. But just again, the fullback there for the Sharks is having all sorts of trouble with the high ball. He spilt one just a moment ago. His confidence seems to be very low. Didn't want to know about that one. Doesn't get punished on this occasion, no. Brothers out knocking it on and trying to clean up the bouncing ball. And another mistake from the Sharks. Try scorer Sam Pearson puts it down. First tackle, they hand it back to Brothers, who will go on the attack and try and extend this lead. It's been hard to follow the form of the Sharks. They had a massive win over South Darwin last week, but it's been pretty ordinary the few weeks before that. Big losses to Nightcliff and Palmerston, and it looks like they might be adding another big loss here tonight. Down 24-4 already in the first half, and a great chance now for Brothers to go even further in front. So Kernoff goes right to the line, finds the hard runner who gets tipped awkwardly there. Aaron Pollard onto his head. Luckily he is getting back to his feet. Wasn't a tackle that looked good. So it simply had to be a penalty. Pollard, obviously a hard head. He gets up and he'll continue. It's Coombs. Looks to use a bit of footwork at the line. Play it back to Williams. Goes out to Nicky. Nicky back to Williams. Williams tries to go between defenders. Jonas Nicky into dummy half. Goes to Kernoth. Out the back. They go out wide. They find some space. Stepping in field. The Tai has a second. And Brothers out to a 28-4 lead. We have a look at the replay. Just hands, and the player that Kyle mentioned just a moment ago, inside. Caleb Nicky gets the ball and didn't have to do too much, but his presence draws in a couple of defenders. He tips it on to Vatatai, who steps inside the desperate chase coming from the inside to score his second. His goal kicking so far has been pretty good from Caleb Nicky. This will be one that'll test him from out wide.
About 3 minutes.
There you go, 3 minutes in this half.
3 minutes to go as we get the assistance there on the timepiece from the referee. Of course, we joined this game a little late after a fantastic victory for the Willagee Bears, 20-8 over the South Perth Lions. The first loss of the season for the Lions. So we joined this one at 12-4, and well, since we jumped on the broadcast, it has been one-way traffic. All Brothers scored a couple of quick tries. Nicky now about 5 metres in from touch. Takes his time. Getting some advice from the sideline, as you can hear through the effects mics. Moves in. Out to the left, and it'll stay out to the left. I think that's exactly where the Sharks fans told him it was going. So 28-4. And we'll look at the Dapsco replay for Tai just stepping inside Gillett.
Stay behind.
He was getting across as quickly as he could. Couldn't prevent the try.
Hands out now, Marcus.
So Brothers into the final moments of this first half.
One.
Do they have a trick shot before the break? It's Jarrett Wright.
Go, two.
Plays the ball, gets in a little bit of a push and shove. Dissipates pretty quickly though. Held up in the tackle there, a pot up. Juggle there.
Hold.
Now with Nicky. Jonas Nicky. In the middle of the field as they get to their kick. Kernoth. Well, of course he's going to test out the fullback again. They've had a change at fullback.
On the line, boys. Here we are. Up now, 6. Hold.
Taina Droga has dropped back to fullback for the Sharks. He took that a little bit more comfortably.
Keep coming, Brothers. Here we are.
So the coaches have made an adjustment.
Hold.
So now the Sharks, as the siren sounds, take the last tackle of the half. At the break, it's Brothers comfortably leading 28-4.
How do you stop this team? club in general. They're just too strong. We saw, you mentioned, Don, round one we saw these two teams, and they came out in the second half and they were pretty dominant after. The Sharks actually did pretty well in the first. Now we've got to flip it. Sharks need to find something in this second, so we see them going in. I don't necessarily like the body language there.
Yeah, they look a beaten team, don't they? They look in a bit of strife. We might go to Chris and Kyle. I mean, do you guys, are you seeing the same thing we are, the lack of body language there from the Sharks? Do you see any way of them getting back into this contest, or is it a foregone conclusion, Brothers run away with it in the second half?
Yeah, Dave and Don, it's Cam and Axe now, but you're right. Yep. Brothers grouping together at halftime out in the centre of the field, and now they're jogging off as a group. Northern Sharks walking off slowly, heads down. If that's an indication of what's to come in the second half, or that doesn't bode well for the Northern Sharks.
No, it doesn't, fellas. And is there anything, so we only caught the last 10 minutes of that half. How did you see the opening stanza of that? Has it been as dominant as the scoreboard suggests for Brothers?
Not in the opening 20 minutes. It was quite a dour game played between the 30-metre and the 30-metre of both teams. The handling was reasonably good. It was a bit of an arm wrestle early on, but as we said last week, Brothers are a pretty patient football team. They are quite happy to play percentage football, and we saw then in the back end of that first half, Brothers starting to convert some ball possession into some tries. We've seen a few players come back for Brothers. We've got Trent Kernoff back this week. He's playing in the lock forward position. Very creative forward. Very creative ball playing forward. You will see that he gets the ball, holds it in two hands, sometimes tucks it under the arm and takes the ruck up, or he calls in another player. So Brothers are looking a little bit like they've got options in the forward pack. But their backline, it's a very different backline than we saw last week. Nicholas Yaron, he's not there. Isaac Seaton-Kernoth, he's absent. Albert Rubu, who usually plays on the wing, he's not there. And we don't see Cairo Ahmad up front. So Brothers, they are missing a few players, but they do have Trent back, and they do have the Nicky brothers back as well. They're doing enough to gain ascendancy at the moment. I thought early on that we were going to see the Northern Sharks look a lot more settled like we did in the opening few rounds of the DABSCO Premiership. But Brothers just really grinding out this first half and playing that percentage football.
Boys, looking on to the game, our main feature game. The Bears sitting, I believe, pretty at top of the table. Mate, how do you see these two sides coming together in this game, and what are you expecting at the end of 80 minutes?
Yeah, absolutely. The Bears, one of the big three, aren't they? The Bears, the Raiders and Brothers. All teams have lost one game, but they've lost their one game to each other. Where the Dragons, they sit outside that top three. Last week we saw that they dropped a bit of ball and they let themselves down in the discipline department. If they can address those two things, well, I think they are a chance on their day to challenge those top three teams. The Bears, they lost last week against the Palmerston Raiders, their first loss of the season. So they'll be really keen to get back into the winning circle. It's going to be a tough ask for the Nightcliff Dragons, but if they have worked on those two things that we spoke about last week, they are a chance of causing an upset tonight.
Well, gents, we might just we're going to take a quick break down here just so we can stretch our legs and get reset for this second half and the main game coming up. We're looking forward to chatting to you again throughout the night and crossing back at the end of this game just for a last word for our big game, of course, between the Bears and the Dragons. But gents, thanks very much, and take a break. We're looking forward to chatting to you again very shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. And that True Flow Services game, I think you've already called it. It did finish up a Brothers win 26-24 over the Northern Sharks, but that's as close as anyone has come in a very long time in challenging the Brothers women's team. We'll talk to you at full time of this game. Good call, Cam and Axe. Well done. Thank you again for all your insight in the top end. We're going to take a quick break here, Don, because we need to stretch our legs. Get ready for the second half of this one and the big game coming up. It is the Bears and the Dragons. Don't go anywhere on NRL Pathway Super Saturday.
G'day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second half here at TRL Stadium. A clash between Brothers and the Northern Sharks. This is third versus fifth. But it is looking like a whitewash at half-time. Brothers leading 28 points to 4. We are about to get back underway. It'll be the Sharks to kick off.
Right. You good, Corey? Stay behind, boys.
The Sharks get us underway. All this second 40, Brothers with first use. Goes down to Kernoth. He finds the runner in Tupou. Tame Tupou with the first carry of the second 40. Now Brothers coming back against the grain goes Pollard. Now they get through their first set. Just kicking down into a corner, not looking for the big testing bomb, right down into a corner. And the Sharks, they're going to be trapped in their own in goal. Look at the chase from Brothers, and that is all attitude.
I spoke about attitude, didn't I, Don, as they walked into that second half? Sorry, into the sheds. They just didn't look like they're up for the challenge.
Take a step, boys. Stay
The
behind.
sit kick chase is all about attitude, and it wasn't so much the negative attitude of the Sharks. It was just the positive attitude of the Brothers.
Yeah. Well, you've mentioned one of your catch cries, mate, is rugby league's a simple game, and the stuff between your ears, you can control that pretty well. You just got to find the switch and flick it.
Go, one.
Well, a great chance to kick this second half off, where we finish the first, with Brothers well and truly on top. They go right to the line. Kernoth steps out of the tackle, gets an offload, comes back to James. James, he was a player highlighted by Kyle in the first half as being a real handful. Got caught him behind two of his own players there, Aaron Kernoth, and has to surrender in the tackle. Comes out now to Coombs. Coombs steps off the right. He's light-footed for a big man. Plays it back to Williams. Goes to Kernoth. Nice little kick in behind. Grounded in the in-goal by the Sharks. It'll be a goal line dropout. Matana Droga, all he could do was dive on the ball and ground it. And another repeat set. Well, it's been a fantastic start to this half from Brothers.
Stay behind.
Great kick from their first set. They build pressure at the end of their second. And Sharks haven't touched the pill yet. As Nicky looked outside, beats two, and ducks ahead, dives down, tries to get a quick play of the ball. Back to Williams. Williams goes to Wilson Perkins. He tips it on to Tobin. Tobin. Now to Coombs. Coombs holds it up to Kernoth. Kernoth dummies to the first. Now goes to Good. Good looks to step through the Sharks' defence, but good tackle there from Mallard. Coombs again steps off the right, goes between defenders at the arm, free. Couldn't quite get the ball to Connor Williams. Now Williams, they look to crash over, and Nate Jarrett right. He celebrates a try. He seemed to enjoy that. I don't think he scores many. There was a big celebration from Nate Jarrett, right. I don't know if we've got Kyle and Chris in the commentary chair. It looked like it might have been a first try in the top grade or something along those lines.
So, well, we've only gone 4 minutes in the second half, Don. It's already looking like how much?
Well, Sharks haven't touched the ball
That's
yet.
exactly what I was just thinking too, Dave. They never look like scoring at that point, the brothers. Yeah. I think you'd hope the minutes die down for the Sharks if they aren't able to put anything together. Yeah, potentially a long second half for us here at TRL Stadium.
Let's hope not.
Yeah, brothers continue to show how good they are, and as we move towards the final as well, and it'll be a threat.
Well, it's for a team that competed last year at into the decider. We've seen them a couple of times now, Don. Admittedly, 2 times against the brothers, the team they played off in the decider last year, and they've looked well off. And of course, Chris and Kyle could probably give us some more insight into any potential, personnel changes in the Sharks list. But they do look well off. I managed to, lucky enough to see some vision from them last year and lead up, and also the grand final, and they don't seem to be the same team they were last year.
I do think it was something we spoke about in the first game.
Yeah, you're right.
You go, Chris.
That's right, Dave and Don. There's a certain amount of turnover there, and I think the evidence in that is, as Kyle pointed out earlier, some of the veterans that they've got running around are probably there to help with numbers at the moment, and there's certainly a few from their grand final side who haven't made an appearance this year at this stage. Whether they'll be back at some stage, we're not sure.
I think we did have a chat in that round 1 clash talking about that they'd lost. I think with 6, 7, 8 players that they'd lost. So that is it's a very different looking team. I actually thought they started the season fairly well. I mean,
the first half was fantastic. Yeah,
first game against Brothers was 20-12, very competitive. The week after that, they took on the Litchfield Bears, who were at top of the table. That was only 28-14. Again, 2 close losses, but then, the last few weeks, 42-10 against Palmerston, 58-16 against Nightcliff. They've been well off the pace. They seem to be getting worse the longer this season goes. And 34-4 with plenty of time left in this one. This could get very, very ugly.
Go.
And again, they haven't touched the ball in this second half yet. It's great footy from Brothers. As again, they make a break. They might get the ball now, the Sharks, as that pass going forward from Tame Tupou.
DABSCO Premiership match officials. Don, for this match, it's a local man, Paul DeVere, in charge, ably assisted by touch judges Jason Woodman and Corey Doyle, all from the top end. So it's great to see that the local refs are making up the numbers.
Down we go, boys.
The game's always well supported by refs across the country.
Absolutely. Might save NRL-NT some coin this weekend. We're having the all-NT crew. It's great to see.
We do need to pay the stats man, so that's his bills or her bills going up. So.
Well, Sharks, their first use. Can they do something with it? Good hard running here from Celia. Well, they need more of that. Tarek Celia. Now the Sharks. Lasker out of dummy half. He's looked sharp. He gets through. He'll score.
Well, there you go.
Well, that was easy.
There's life. There's life.
Good try there from the Sharks. And it started with a great run from Tarek Celia, and then out of dummy half. Very, very sharp. The Sharks fullback just carved them up. They just seemed to catch Brothers napping a little bit.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Don. There was some flat-footed attempts at the back there. He caught them stuck in a bit of mud. Managed to open them up left and right. Sounds like we've got Chris or Kyle up there, boys. What do you got for us?
Yeah, young Alistair Lasker scored that try. He's a Sharks junior. Came through the grades. He went away to boarding school. He was playing football down in Queensland and been trialling with a few clubs around the Brisbane competition. Not sure what he's doing back at the moment, but we'll endeavour to find out.
Well, he's scoring tries at the moment in the DABSCO Premiership, which is where we wanted to be.
Conversion attempt. Good strike. Over it goes. Well, the Sharks showing there's a little bit of fight in them. As we have another look at this Lasker try. Always great to see a local junior getting a crack. Getting over.
It's all about the pathways, Don.
Stay behind, boys.
34 points to 10. It's a big mountain to climb for the Sharks, but that was a pretty impressive set all round. As that kickoff goes very close to the dead ball line. Before the Sharks do return it.
Move down, 9. Hold, go, 1. 15, right way.
So the numbers for the Sharks look to be a little bit all over the place. So apologies if I do call the wrong names for the Sharks, but just going from the team list we've been given. Lasker is one that is in the right jersey.
Can't miss him. Especially if he runs it along like that.
Adam Hall there with that carry. Now the Sharks, a bit of tunnel ball. They go into space, they step inside one, and away goes Pearson. Pearson with the fullback to beat. Great tackle from Antonio James. Running down this right-hand side. Fending away from 1, 2, 3. Offload. It goes around the corner, and Brothers, they'll come around and score. Touch judge is happy.
Oh,
to the spot.
What a fantastic run of footy there, Don.
It was great stuff there from Sharks. Some tunnel ball action, some ad-lib footy, and then a great offload at the end of it. You heard the conversation. We'll have another look. Little backline sweep. Catch.
Just here. Look at that.
Flick between the legs. And then some great running here from Pearson. Good tackle from Antonio James, but a couple of plays later, they go across to score. Just standing in tackles, getting the offload around the corner.
Bit of razzle-dazzle to suit their strip, Don. I've spoken about their strip a few times. They didn't look too impressed getting back to the mark on that. That was a fantastic run. I mean, that should fire them up. It's fired me up.
Well, they're up and about suddenly, the Sharks. Another conversion attempt. Jaden Mick, the try scorer. The kick is waved away. So 34-14. Volunteer round as we have another look at this try. Just draws in quite a few defenders. 3 defenders in there before getting that offload.
Let's talk about a forward pass. Definitely wasn't a forward pass.
No.
Just bad marking at the back there. Let him come through on the far edge. All of a sudden, Don, is there a glimmer of hope?
Two hands away. Here we are, please. Hold, go. 8's fine.
They're back within 20. Suddenly they look pretty good with the ball in hand. And a quick play the ball. Kurnoth tried to slow it down. Didn't have much luck in that endeavour.
Hold, go. 3.
Now Hall. He trying to get the arm free, but Daniel Good and Kurnoth, they wrap up the ball and make sure that's not possible. They come back now for the kick. Goes down, taken by Antonio James. He's got a bit of space in front of him. He looks to find a weak link. Can't find one, so just runs it into contact.
Don't need a head, that's fine.
He shake that off pretty quickly. There's Nicky.
Hold. No. Time off. Adam. Captain.
Well, he wasn't overly happy here, the referee.
Now, Captain.
I'll just translate, Don. Too much muck in the ruck. Don't do it again.
Well, no, actually, I think he's given him a gobful. I think it was
okay.
Going to be a play the ball, tackle 2.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It was it was the captain, the acting captain, that's given him an absolute mouthful, and not enough to get a penalty though. So he's just said, "Cut that out. You can't speak to me that way. You keep that up, and you'll be sitting down."
Yeah, lucky. Yeah. Penalty there. Clearly heard the call.
They must be a difficult team to play, brothers, because every time we see them, the opposition seems to completely lose their head in terms of discipline, and they do silly things. So they must be very good at baiting you into just doing things to give away penalties.
They're also just very creative as well. I mean, and we've spoken about this before. They could just go from just good structured footy to just bang from nothing. And I guess if you're an opposition side, you're probably wary of that. You're waiting for that to happen, and so you're stepping over the line too much in that regard. Oh, here we go.
Offload from Tobin. Now to Nicky. Nicky fires a long pass. They find a little bit of room, but tackle gets made. Now it's Caleb Nicky out of dummy half. Gets the offload. Comes now to Wilson Perkins. He goes wider to Coombs. Coombs, he loves that right foot step. Now Nicky, Jonas. Goes out wide and good puts it down.
I think there was good line speed defensively from the Sharks there. Just put them off. Getting up in the face. It's a risky move, but it worked out in the end.
We have another look at the long pass going across, and Daniel Good. He sort of looked up there, I think, at the defender just before he reeled it in. What do you got, boys?
Yeah, I think if they had taken the short pass then, Aaron Pollard would have been in under the post.
Lock. Ball.
Just went the long option rather than the short. Costing them 4 points.
Keep working, boys. Here we
I
are.
don't think it's going to hurt them too much, though.
Go.
Still leading by 20.
10 roll it now. 10. Hold. Go.
About 23 minutes remaining. There's the Sharks.
Release now. Don't
Taking
go.
that forward through Potter.
He's right.
Gets
Hold
tangled
down.
in the tackle there of Pollard.
3.
Now Mallard.
Stand now. Square.
Stands in the tackle. Play it back to Lasker. Charge down there from Kernoff.
Stand
Picked up by Gillett.
Got 1.
So they get another set of 6. So again, pressure coming through from Aaron Kernoff just gives away a repeat set. Now Mallard, able to run a long way before he got to Kernoff. Tries to roll through the middle. Awkward tackle. Bent over. There the Sharks. Addo Norris goes out.
He's knocked that on.
Droga. Picked up, play on.
Oh, captain's challenge, Don.
Still going. Well, they need a few things to go their way here, the Sharks. Lasker, after the quick play the ball, gets out of dummy half, gets the offload away. They sweep around. Potter puts the kick through. Tapped over the dead ball line by James. And they'll get a repeat set.
Yeah, I think that fling pass off the deck, I think he's gone with 2 hands on that. I think he's knocked that on. But referee didn't see it. Doesn't matter in the end.
Brothers with another player down. They've already had a couple that have headed up the tunnel in the first half. Looks now like Jonas Nicky, so it's another middle forward. So they've had a few of their middle forwards go down, Brothers. While it might not cost them this game, this could be vital for the rest of this season if they are longer-term injuries.
It looks like he's all right. Getting up.
He did signal to the sideline at one point, but looks like he might be going off over the dead ball line.
Yeah, it looks ginger.
He's again, he's might not last much longer as he is going over the dead ball line.
Time back on, stay behind, boys.
The goal line drop out from Brothers. Their defence to be tested again. Allowed to bounce. And eventually someone picks it up. But it means this first tackle is going to be a little bit further from the try line than they would have liked. 2-4. Plays the ball. Tana Droga. Takes the next run. Now Mallard. Mallard picks out his target, runs at Williams. He looks up at the referee pleadingly there, Mallard, hoping for a slowing the ball down penalty. And there's a penalty next play.
Oh, there you go, offside.
Brothers offside. Gunn wanted to get up to take a quick tap, but couldn't anyway. Tap and go, runs into a good shoulder from Jarrett Wright. They've got numbers out here, do they? Hall's dropped it.
The Bronx cheers from the Brothers fans. They were in for all money if he managed to hold that. Here it is here. Just, yeah. Go, boys.
You see the fortunes of the Sharks have improved with possession. As Don was mentioning earlier, at the start of the first half they had nothing, and the last 10 minutes they've had a good chunk of possession, as that's got them a few tries and seen them put some pressure on the brethren.
Release now,
They certainly have.
Boys, have a look. Hold.
Did look at early in this second half like it might really blow out to an embarrassing scoreline for the Sharks, but got a little bit of ball and been able to do a bit with it. Scored a couple of tries to add some respectability to the scoreline, but now they've given away a penalty. Brothers will a chance to go further than 20 in front. So we see the Bears in the background warming up. Their contest starting just after this one up against Nightcliff. Because a win here for Brothers will see them on the live ladder, at least go into top spot. But Litchfield will be looking to get that back if they can beat the Nightcliff Dragons.
Hold.
Now Tobin held up. In that tackle, Verstig and Mallard, the defenders, taking them on, almost coming through the other side there. Coombs wants a quick play the ball. Comes now to Kurnoth. Kurnoth loves to play on the front foot. He finds a runner on the inside in Jarrett Wright. He's already scored one. He's got a taste for it. Plays it back to Williams. They go across now. Kurnoth, short ball to Tobin. Inside to Kurnoth. Well, great interplay between those two. And Kurnoth kicks that ball out of the stadium.
And he likes it. He likes it. That kind of shuts the gate to the, albeit brief, Sharks Resurgence. Oh, great ball. Great ball. Oh, just sublime.
I think Chris Foy said in the last time brothers were down this end, if they went the short pass, they would have scored. And now we see it. You know, they had the runners out the back. They go the short option here, and they do score. So Chrissy Foy seeing it all before it happens.
Hey? Yeah.
Conversion attempt will be from pretty much right in front.
He kicked it out over the fence.
Because that ball is lost, he must have.
He's definitely kicked it into next week, hasn't he?
Well, Aaron Kernoth, he must have some friends on the other side of the gate there. He's just kicked it to them on the outside of the gate, and they've run away with it. They've
free set. There you go. Nice.
That's good.
So they've had to get a different ball.
It's an older one.
Oh, yeah. I wonder if obviously the policy in Darwin must have changed, because you used to start with 3 brand new balls at the start of every first grade game, and you'd usually go to half time and you'd have no balls left. So
they pay for us, and
they were hard to keep hold of.
Yeah. Well, freeze netted. Why not?
Raise the flags, and they're up to 40. So 40 points to 14.
That was 40 seconds.
40 seconds for the. It's a referee saying 40 seconds for the conversion.
We didn't get the media cheat sheet. I'm not sure who the scoreboard sponsored by this week. The volunteer scoreboard. Volunteer week. I don't know. We'll go with that. Short kick-off from the Sharks. Oh! And Hall has taken it brilliantly.
Well
the
done.
Front rower
really
chased
well
through
done.
and just ran through the ball and somehow ended up with it in his arms.
Very well done.
Now it's going to be a penalty.
Line or you tap in?
Alaska will tap. Finds his runner, Cam Verstig. Alaska at dummy half. Goes to gun. Wrestled down. Williams adds a little bit of extra weight to the tackle. And incorrect play the ball. Again, if you lose your balance after you play the ball, that's going to go against you. It used to be one of those sort of 50-50 calls. Was there some interference in the ruck? But
well, there was no interference there. He's just lost his footing, hasn't he?
Ball, please.
we might go around the grounds courtesy of McDonald's and have a look at the the Val Murphy Trophy results here in Western Australia, the reserve grade competition in WA. Rockingham Sharks 28-10 over Joondalup in the bottom of the table clash. What do you got for us, boys?
Positive news for the brothers, boys. Jonas Nicky just returned to the field. So good signs. Obviously went off injured a little earlier, but he's back. Good to see.
There you go. That answers the question that you had before, Don. As we're just testing the structural integrity of our shirts again.
Yeah, getting a little restless here, giving away a silly penalty. The Sharks. Back to those around the ground scores. The Ellenbrook Rabbitohs over the Kwinana Titans, 24-12. At top of the table clash, Fremantle Roosters and North Beach Sea Eagles at North Beach. Retain top spot with an 18-16 classic win, that one. 34-14 South Perth over the Bears. And in the later game, the Alkimos Tigers in 7th up against the 3rd place Kalamunda Bulldogs. The Tigers a 34-14 win.
It's great to see those, I'm going to call them non-traditional clubs doing well. And, of course, Alkimos, I shouldn't really say that. They've been dominant, especially in reserve, etc., for a while.
Just certainly surprised looking at the ladder and seeing them down in 7th spot. So
they've been a powerhouse
for
quite some time. There's some classic premiership deciders between those involving them, I should say.
Certainly been a lot of calls to try and get the Tigers into the top grade. Chemist Warehouse scoreboard, we're informed. And on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard, it's Brothers 40-14 over the Sharks.
So there, I've just been told, Don, by the highs up. There's a new rule being implemented. If you kick the ball in the car park, you've got to go get it. There was a bit of mustard to go with that message as well. I won't repeat that one. Nice streak. Oh! Get some of that.
Kurnoff just does a good job. That was a rampaging Matana Droga. So a tackle that had to be made. Kurnoff puts his body on the line. Villamoni. They come across. Addo Norris goes high. This will be a contest, but just stood his ground. Just stood his ground and dropped into the breadbasket and gets the penalty for the high tackle.
Just sat there, just confidence. Around the grounds, thanks to McDonald's, full time. True Flow Premiership. It was the Raiders 40. Defeated the Rabbitohs 0. Yep, just camped under it. Then had his shoulder wrenched out. Time's off.
Bit of a stoppage in play at the moment.
Got to play down, I think.
Go, boys.
Yeah, just on the errors tonight, obviously a lot less than last week from the Sharks. I think you recall we had my little check sheet run and we had about 9 or 10 unforced errors, which resulted in scrums. We've only had one scrum this evening, so that's cut down. The brothers on the right side of the penalty count. There's been a little bit of indiscipline from the Sharks tonight.
Yeah, that was probably what we spoke about.
We spoke about discipline, yeah. And just the ability for the brothers to just draw it out.
Because you mentioned the most recent True Flow Services Premiership result, the Raiders 40-0 over South Darwin, but top of the table earlier on this evening. Brothers retain top spot with a thrilling 26-24 win over the Sharks, while last night it was the Litchfield Bears 44-6 over the Nightcliff Dragons.
Go now, boys. No tackle.
Back underway here with Brothers after the penalty.
Now, hold. One.
A little bit of a juggle. He's back out onto the field as Kyle pointed out. Jonas Nicky. That's his first run as Pollard. Looking to go back in behind the ruck and find some space. Plays it back to Williams. And now there's going to be another penalty against the player playing the ball. Well, I think Pollard may have interfered with the marker.
Hey, that was the most obvious though, mate. Come on. Yeah?
He's certainly being tested by the players out there tonight, is the referee. There's a few conversations going on between the player playing the ball and the marker. This one goes against Brothers. We talked about how they do seem to be pretty good at baiting the opposition into doing something silly. On that occasion, they're the ones pinged for doing something silly, so it gives the Sharks an opportunity to put some points on the board. So tip it on through the middle to Hall. Hall stands in the tackle, can't get the arm free. They've controlled him really well. Jonas Nicky taking responsibility for the ball on that occasion as it hits the deck, and a mistake from the Sharks. We said they haven't made too many mistakes tonight. That one certainly not resulting in a scrum, just handing it straight back over to Brothers as Caleb Nicky out of dummy half. Able to run a long way before he gets to the defensive line.
Go. 1.
Now they go out of dummy half through Vitaite. He scored 2. He gets up, he's thinking about a third. Managed to get hold of him. To put him down.
Go.
Now Nicky to Kernoth. Kernoth stops, goes out to James. James almost going through. He stands in the tackle. He does go through. He takes on the fullback. Antonio James dives in. He lights it up once again, as he does almost every week. Antonio James, a great individual effort.
Checking for Greece. He just slides through. You can't get him. Watch this on replay. This is just sublime to watch. And he goes from nothing through there, spins out of that one. Thank you very much. And then it's home free. Just the toe on him is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. How do you stop that, Don?
Well, you hold on to him. They had hold of him.
They did have
They had hold of him. There was no way he should have got out of that tackle, and yet somehow
it was a good
did.
hold too. And it was a right round him. He just spun around like a ballerina. Yeah, check it for Greece. Well, that short-lived resurgence from the Sharks has been negated, and some.
Out to 44-14 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Could have mentioned the scoreboard a few times because we haven't plugged it enough through this game, so got to make sure the sponsor is getting enough of a shout out. Plenty of points scored, but
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
and Nicky from out wide.
So while main game, as we mentioned, the Bears and the Nightcliff coming up after this one, but also across the park, as they call Warren Park. Now, you might be able to explain this to me, Don. So when that is the home of the South Darwin Rabbitohs, up in what I call, well, Field 3, but it's called Warren Park when they play there. Now, does Warren Park mean a rabbit warren?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. Cool.
But it's always been Warren Park.
It's always been, yeah, because it was Warren Park before it was redeft, wasn't it?
Yes.
So it just happens to, you know. So the South Darwin's hosting Palmerston up at Warren Park, which you'll see up on Field 3 there. Word on the street has it, just little birdie's just told me, that the Rabbitohs have been boosted by 4 players who flew in from Gove United.
Time you run.
So if anything about Gove United, they're from, I think they're from Alice.
Melon Boys, they're out.
No, sorry.
Out to the east.
There you go. So that's a fair effort to fly in to bolster the numbers. Of course, the Rabbitohs still searching for their first win of the season.
Another penalty goes to Brothers as they look to raise the bat. Out to 46-14 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. They've lost another ball. There we go. We've got it back.
Don't tell the GM.
They've tracked it down. Now Riggs takes the first carry. It's Tobin. 3 Sharks get into that tackle. Slow it right down. Not quite the platform that Andrew Tobin was hoping to set there. Now Kernoth. Kernoth goes out wider to Wilson Perkins. He had a hard runner going through the middle. And another penalty given away Tuifua after the held call. Then picks him up and throws him to the ground and gives away another penalty. As discipline continues to be an issue for the Sharks. Into the final few minutes, and there's a horrible error from Tane Tupou. Just the pass wasn't the best, it must be said, from Connor Williams. Was up over his shoulder, but a simple, fundamental mistake here from Brothers lets the Sharks off the hook. Not a lot of excuses. I don't think you want to see that replay, Tame Tupou. The Sharks go in search of a consolation try. 3 minutes to go on our clock. Taking a couple of steps out of dummy half. Going through the middle. Pollard and Williams make the tackle. Ado Norris tips it on. Before driven backwards. Kick goes through, down to James, who takes it on the full. Hands it off to Riggs. Now they look to attack. Riggs, he got stuck in behind one of his own players. So had to submit in the tackle as it comes out to Nicky. Nicky looks to push away from one. Out of dummy half they go. One's into gun. They've got a little bit of cramp.
Time off. I should be tackle 3.
It's quite a bit of time off in this half.
Wait, boys, wait. You got to wait for me now.
Has been a little bit.
Just go 14. Go back to the line where the mark is. Line.
Too much if you ask me, boys.
Yes, get up or get off, eh?
Help! Go 4.
Now comes from Nicky out to Kurnoth. Kurnoth to good. Changes direction, goes between defenders, gets the offload away to Riggs. Riggs goes back infield. It's with Jarrett Wright. Wright trying to get the arm free. Now plays it. Williams goes wide to Kurnoth. Kurnoth goes to the line, slices through and dives over under the sticks. He's got a double. Did he kick that one to the car park as well? He's going fishing.
Because someone will get very upset, Donald.
Well, that's his new post-try celebration. He's got to do it every time now.
It's a fine. How much does Newstead cost? $100?
Great work here, Kurnoth.
Yeah, that is good. Well, I've got to say the second half, although it was a brief resurgence from the Sharks, pretty much went the way I thought it was going to go. They've got the half century, raised the bat.
I was going to say it's not quite as bad as I thought it was going to be. I think that the first set after half time, Brothers looked like they were going to run away with it. I thought this could have been 70. I thought it could have been 70 to 4 the way that they went through with ease on that first set. I think Sharks have shown a little bit of pride in their jumper and worked their way back into it. Not back into it as a contest, but they've certainly shown enough pride to get themselves on the scoreboard, and they've looked okay with the ball in hand, but Brothers just too much class.
Still a minute 20 to play, apparently. So
not. Of course, the clock we've got on screen is not the official game clock.
Yeah.
We try and sort of keep that as close as we can, but still about a minute to go. I don't think we're going to see. No one's going to be racing back to halfway, so we might get a play or two as that conversion attempt goes over. Makes it 52 points to 14 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard.
Stuffed if they kick long then, aren't you?
We'll have another look at the second try for Aaron Kernoff.
He didn't boot that one, did he? He's through it. Message got downstairs. $100 for a ball. Car park.
Stay behind.
Well, we're going to see a few more tackles before this full-time siren sounds. Not too many more. And Brothers are going to use the ball. Goes from James. They go wide. They're going to look to put on a trick play right on the siren. There it sounds. So we're not going to get that last play action from Brothers. They win this one 52 points to 14 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Comfortable winners over the Northern Sharks.
Yeah, when it went the way I thought it would, Don, in the end. There was a brief resurgence there, but shut out pretty well by some good ball play from the Brothers deep inside the Sharks' end. And as we see our friends up in the top end just getting ready.
Yeah, it was a pretty comprehensive performance from Brothers, and it has been pretty comprehensive throughout the season. I think Cam has spoken a few times about how this, the top three is really starting to put a bit of a gap between themselves and the rest of the competition. That gap, in this next game could become quite dire if the Nightcliff Dragons do go down to the Litchfield Bears. So it's going to be a classic clash. This next one, I think, important for the rest of the season.
Absolute cracker.
We might cross down to Cam, Axel, or we're in the studio.
Wherever they are, up, down, up, left, right. Off you go, boys, upstairs.
Up, down and over, boys. It's been so exciting down here at TRL. I haven't even had a chance to go to the canteen yet. And Tony Crow's mentioned that I've had to put the hot dogs aside and get onto the steak sandwiches tonight, all thanks to Territory Butchers, one of our game day partners and sponsors. Of course, a big shout out to Chemist Warehouse for getting us a scoreboard update, and around the grounds, thanks to McDonald's. But down to business here, boys. Out TRL Stadium from the sideline has been plenty happening there. From the coach from the Darwin Brothers, Aaron Kernoff, a standout player tonight. Nigel's also doing a great job out there. The Nicky Brothers and Nate Jarrett Wright on his debut tonight in senior A-grade rugby league up here in the top end, doing a fantastic job picking up his first try. But the atmosphere here at Territory Rugby League, it is just starting to build, and we're looking forward, obviously, to the next game. But of course, it is about 27.5 degrees here. The humidity is up around 72%, so the sweat factor's up. And Cam, I'm going to throw over to you and talk us through a little bit about what you thought about that game. And look, the Darwin Brothers are certainly a force to be reckoned with. And we saw they were the last year premiers, but certainly this year, and they're starting to show early in the season, that they do mean business here at Territory Rugby League.
Yeah, thanks, Axel. We see a comprehensive performance yet again by the Brothers Football Club tonight. Early on, we thought that there might have been a game in there with the Sharks, but the Brothers were just able to really control the football tonight. We did see elements in the start of the second half where the Sharks were able to get on the board. We thought there might have been life in the game, but I think Dave and Don named it, where the Brothers are just so good at controlling the ball, starving the opposition football of possession, and possibly getting under the skin of the opposition and forcing them into some errors and to some poor discipline. Kyle, thoughts around that?
Yeah, I agree totally. Brothers, I mean, we saw a bit of an effort there sort of early in that second half from the Sharks, a bit of a resurgent, but just too good. The Darwin Brothers, a very powerful team, and a few players away as well tonight. I mean, I know we've had a couple come back from last week, but just a very strong outfit. They're going to be a threat come September, certainly. And I thought 3-2-1s tonight. My 3 points, of course, to stand out. Aaron Kernoff, outstanding game from him. The 5'8" for Brothers. The fullback for Brothers, Antonio James, and I thought Samuel Pearson from the Sharks.
Yeah, for me, Caleb Nicky was my standout performer. It was great to see him back in there. I docked 1 point from Aaron Kernoff for kicking that ball over into the car park, and Antonio James safe as houses at the fullback. And then we saw him towards the late end of that game, breaking free of a tackle and scoring over in the corner. the top three, the big three teams, Brothers, Bears and the Raiders, what are they doing as a club that's setting themselves up for this level of success? It seems that they've got depth in their football club. It seems that they've got stability in their teams largely from week to week. And it seems some of the other football clubs, their teams change a significant amount from week to week, and they may not have the same depth. I think you mentioned 2 weeks ago, Kyle, that the Nightcliff Sharks, not the Nightcliff Sharks, the Northern Sharks have played in the last 4 grand finals. Are they starting to get a bit skinny with their depth?
Yeah, look, possibly. As you said, depth, nail on the head, really. I mean, you look at those top 3 teams, and just across the reserve grade and first grade, plenty of depth, and they've got a really well-established senior football side. So for the Sharks, yeah, it does appear. Obviously, Chrissy had mentioned earlier in the broadcast they are missing a few players from their grand final team, and it's starting to hurt them. Obviously, they picked up a win last week, but coming up against a team like the Brothers, it sort of shows where they are in the competition.
Look, it is round 6 here in the Dapsco Premiership. Round 6 is where we start to make our way through the draw for the second time. Last time the Bears met the Dragons, it was the Bears 46 defeating the Dragons 12. Last start we saw the Bears, they had their first loss 24-22 to the Palmerston Raiders. Brothers, they defeated the Dragons last week, so the Dragons, they do need to pick up on their ball security and their discipline there. Dave and Don, we might throw back to you as the game has started and cross back at half-time with some more insights.
Thanks, fellas. Again, fantastic review of the game that we just saw, and looking forward to your dulcet tones again at half-time. As this one, Don.
Harry Heath almost going through for the first try of the game. Desperate defence from the Nightcliff Dragons. Flanagan goes across, it goes back. So it just takes the momentum out of this attacking set. Wilmington flung backwards. Flanagan at dummy half. Now with Wedding. Wedding tries to thread the needle. Not played out, says the referee. Still the last tackle. Wedding complains momentarily before handing it over, accepting the referee's decision that it wasn't played at. And the Dragons survived the first attacking raid from Litchfield.
Match officials, Don, we've got someone from South Australia.
Good, boys.
Harry Street's in charge. He's the man with the whistle. You'll hear on comms. So Harry Street from South Australia, welcome to the top end, Harry. And Jason Woodman, and Corey Doyle. Again, I think that's their second stint on the sidelines. Boys, what do you got for us?
Might be a bit of a stitch-up. I do like the name Harry, though, but Henry Street is the man in charge.
No, that is me. That is me. Yeah, I've stitched him up. Well done, Dave. Yeah.
I do like Harry, though. I think with his hairline, Harry sort of suits a bit better, actually. Good referee, Henry Street.
I do have a tendency to give him nicknames, so his nickname's now Harry. There you go.
You're a wizard, Harry. I like that. Had referee with Henry over the years. First meeting him down in Melbourne for the under-12 schoolboys back in 2010, I think it was.
Oh, there's a forward pass there, I think.
Could have been around then. I think I was there as well.
Yeah. No, not you, man. Here you are.
I don't know that they found touch there.
I think it's
trying to find the ball. There it is.
That was forward.
No, it was a kick for the sideline. It didn't. They got a penalty and they didn't find touch.
Well, there you go.
So that's a cardinal sin there from the Dragons. That gives the Bears another chance to score first in this game. It's Hall put down. Flanagan. He finds a hard runner there in Drayton. Drayton trying to use his footwork to get through the line. They look to go to the outside. Wedding loses his footing. Another good shot there from Jensen. Bit of push and shove with the marker. Goes to Wedding. He threads the needle this time, and they get through and score. Well, a great kick there from Trent Wedding, and there's no defence to that. Just getting to the ball first. They planted in the in goal, and the Bears up 4-0. Kick to come.
Just a deft kick. You're on the replay. Just enough on it. Great comms as well. Good timing. Yeah, 2 there. Could have gone for it. Good one to open the scoring. Under the sticks. And you can say that came from an error, didn't it, Don? Not finding touch.
Yeah, not finding touch from the penalty. So you turn a positive into a negative very quickly.
Thanks.
Litchfield with the first try. And Drayton, the try scorer.
We all good? Good start. Were we happy with the obstruction?
Try assist for Trent Wedding.
Yeah, the centre got a bit in the way.
Just to help the stats man out.
I'd like to send that one to the bunker and have it.
Oh, there you go. See, referee wants the bunker. Everyone wants the bunker, Don. Everyone wants the bunker.
And, Hairless Harry sending it upstairs. Successful conversion. Litchfield up 6-0. About 7 minutes gone. We have another look. The kick from Wedding.
Great kick.
And I can tell you, if he did send it up to the bunker, it's going back as a TRY. Nothing at all wrong with the put down. Everyone on side. Play cleared up until this point. We've got grounding. We have a decision.
So you've got the script down already, Don.
I love it. I love the bunker idea, boys. I think Chrissy and I would be #1 contenders for that spot. I would think. So.
I just think they.
Just an update too.
Yeah, go boys. Sorry,
you go.
No, I was just going to say with the bunker, I'm not sure that we have the budget because this ball issue, we keep losing balls apparently. That's limiting the budget. So maybe if the boys don't kick the ball in the car park, we can have the bunker. But boys, what do you got for us?
There's a bunch of getting a net of some sort. Yeah, just an update, boys, for the other A-grade fixture that's happening at the same time over at Warren Park. Palmerston Raiders leading 4 points to 0.
Thanks, fellas.
Nightcliff having to scramble to get that kick under control. Going back, Rob Butcher cleans it up for the Dragons. And now Litchfield offside. So let's see if they can find touch this time, the Dragons.
You might get a better one now if you find touch.
Well, Streety's into him.
I like
Streety's into
Harry.
him.
It's good stuff. I like a referee with a bit of character.
Well, he's run it straight into Butcher there. Dragons. Now trying to go through the middle. Frangoulis. Now Butcher. He goes out. Radravu.
I called that late. Go 3.
Run out of dummy half. They go to Butcher. Butcher, he gets the offload away over the shoulder and trying to sweep through and just putting it down there is Simons. He was looking all the way down to the try line at the other end of the field. It'll end up knock on both ways. That's going to be ruled knocked back. I think there might have been a second hand in there from the Dragons, but it's going to be a Nightcliff feed. First knock on from Litchfield.
Heads in, two hands, please, 6, when you're ready.
Rob Butcher feeds the scrum. It's the one-op hit up after the scrum win. Latua. Ball comes free. He's not too happy there, Latua, but it's going to go against him.
Scrum's here, guys. Scrum. Don't go too far. Best.
So the Bears will get the scrum feed now through Wedding.
2 hands.
Picked up at the base by Flanagan. Go out now. Hall, quick play the ball. They work down that same side. Wedding bounces out of the first attempted tackle. Looked up hoping for a shoulder charge penalty. Flanagan on the back of it though. Again, no markers, an easy 10 metres. So now the Bears right on the front foot. Comes across now with Drayton. Drayton's wrestled down as the Dragons try and get some sort of ascendancy in the ruck. Nowhere to go for Wilmington. He's shut down. Pringle makes the tackle. Wedding's everywhere. Wedding's everywhere. He gives a short pass. And then on the inside, Harry Heath says, thank you very much. Well, Trent Wedding was absolutely everywhere in that set of six. Put Brock Priestley through the gap. And Priestley an easy draw and pass. Put Heath in for the second try of the night. The Bears, they're out to a 10-0 lead early. Kick to come.
This might be a question for the boys upstairs. This Bears side, they look youthful, they look athletic. Not a huge amount of size to them, but a hell of a lot of speed and toe. There he is again, your man. Harry Heath going over. Yeah, sorry, boys, what do you got?
Yeah, I think what's interesting about this Bears outfit is it's quite a young team, and you've actually had the opportunity to watch this team develop over the last couple of years, and it's taken them a bit, obviously, to get into the groove. And Coach Reg Rose, I'm sure he's quite happy with his team. As I said, a young team, and they've sort of developed. Some of the older heads that have slowly moved out of the team and retired, and the likes of Aaron Barnes, Jake Barnes, those big heads, and they've moved on, and you can see some of the young guys that have come through now, and really putting their stamp on the competition. The Bears, they went down last week in a nail biter against the Palmerston Raiders, 22-24, I believe it was, in the Mitchell Russell Shield Memorial game. But they've had an impressive start to this 13 minutes into the first half here at TRL. Certainly will be a threat, I think, come finals time.
Yeah, well, he knocks that over. Yeah, they look, youthful's the word I was thinking of it. Youthful, they look like they're full of youth. Plenty of skill, and obviously they've been playing, as Kyle pointed out, they've been playing together for a long time. Built the team from a platform, and I love it. I love a story like that, Don. In any sport, you can build a team from the youngsters up. You can hold them together. You can create something really special. And by the looks of it, this Bears side look pretty youthful. They're playing pretty well now, but it looks like they've got a good future in front of them.
Absolutely. If you can keep the nucleus of this side together, you could be in dynasty territory, because there looks to be quite a lot of talent. As you said, a lot of youth so plenty of years ahead of them.
Hold, go wide. Good lads.
Now the Bears trying once again set a platform through Burgess. Hall goes in behind the ruck. He finds some space, and Nightcliff suddenly at 6s and 7s. They do well to drive him backwards.
Careful here. They'll give up a penalty.
They just hold on a long time. They got away with that, the Dragons. Wedding's going to get the kick on the last play, right down into a corner. Maganeri.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you noticed, boys, but it's like we've had a couple of lights
we
out on the
did actually
light towers.
Yeah, we thought that. Yeah, just a bit of a flash, mate. Everything all right there? You know, everything blowing up there?
Not that I can see. I can't see any fires, but I am a certified floor warden at my work of employment, so happy to step in if need be. But yeah, we can see a couple of lights on the towers that are off on. Looks to be 2 of the towers. I can't see the ones that are obviously the ones that are facing from the stadium, but just a bit slightly darker now, and I think you can even see the lights that have gone out on the further field as well, field 2.
Okay. Yeah, we did see a bit of a flash. Wasn't sure if it was our cameras, but it turns out it is the lights. So good update from us there, Kyle. Let's hope we don't lose the other ones. That would be unfortunate. Let's get a fluoro ball.
Be a premature end, a bit of night vision football. The Dragons playing the ball, trying to work their way into this contest. They've been well contained and well handled so far by the Bears. Butcher turns it underneath to Radravu. Slow to play the ball. Butcher kicking from inside the 40. It's touched there off the fingers there of Mullins. It goes over into touch.
Right on the corner.
This is a golden opportunity for the Dragons.
Worst
it's not technically
place.
a 40-20 because it did touch the fingertips
I'll tell you what, it's
there of
good.
Mullins.
Probably better, eh?
Probably a better outcome. I don't know that it makes much difference either way. They get the ball and a chance to attack. A chance now for the Nightcliff Dragons to cut into this deficit. They hit the outside shoulder. Just looking to crash over. Lavini will play the ball. Another crash play. The Bears awake to it. Now barging over, where's the ball? Is it on the ground? It's on the ground now. It's on the line. The referee's happy.
Try time.
Try time to the Nightcliff Dragons. Will it just bang, bang, crash, and over they go.
They only needed, what, they needed 3 tackles there, Don? Really, I mean, the Bears couldn't have put him in any better position. It was unfortunate, that touch.
Well, it was a great kick from Rob
Yeah,
Butcher. If he doesn't touch it, it is a 40-20.
Yeah.
So there was no stopping it from being Nightcliff's ball. It was a fantastic kick from Butcher. Either way, they were getting the football back. And only a couple of plays later, they barge over.
Complete is the call from the stands. Not sure who to. Completion rates have been okay. Check the stats, man. It just gets it down there.
They should have bloody kept him held up on job.
Again, Streety saying you did have him held up, but you didn't keep him held up. The ball catching a piece of the chalk. Ruled that he didn't drop it. 12 points to 6. 18 minutes gone.
Around the grounds, thanks to McDonald's. Someone's getting up a bit excited. I've told them to calm their jets because it's only it's 20 odd minutes. But up at Warren Park, the Rabbits, they're up 10-8 against the Raiders.
Well,
Don't get too excited because they kicked off the same time as this one. So,
yeah. But again, like you mentioned pre-game, they've drafted in 4 or 5 players, and it makes a hell of a lot of difference when you get a few quality players into that team.
Or even just different heads. And we know that we've spoken as a club. They're in a phase at the moment as a club across all the senior grades. So just getting a couple of new heads in as we see a turnover here.
Yeah, mistake here from the Dragons.
Yeah, a couple of new heads in, just to maybe some clear heads as well. Can give you a bit of a moral boost.
Tommy Steele with the error.
Come on, Ben. With the touchy, Dragons, wait for that break call. Hold, break!
Now Litchfield, a chance to get that 6 points back that they've just given up. There's some solid defence there from the Dragons as Burgess gets to the line, spinning out of one tackle. They go from dummy half. A run now from Flanagan. He's swung around, but they're on the march now, the Bears. They go out to Wedding. Wedding comes back towards the middle, gives the offload. Good shot, the ball's come free. And there is going to be a penalty. Looks over for some assistance from the touch judge and gets it. A penalty to the Bears. 12-6 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. They tap and go. And the ball comes free. Well, no penalty that time. He dropped it twice in a row. The first time was ruled to have some assistance. The second time it was cold as a spud. So now the Dragons. Now the dummy half picking up some metres. Rulers. Slow play the ball. Stepping through now goes Butcher. Well, they know the danger of his boot and they got up on him quickly to make sure there was going to be no deep kick there. So they have to go to their second option for the next kick. And again, the line speed from Litchfield was right up there to put pressure on. So now the Bears on the back of that. Going between defenders goes Mullins. Now with the locks flowing goes Tomes. Quick play the ball. Out of dummy half. McGilvray. He gets the pass away, but Jensen is set upon immediately. Wetting to dummy half after a sloppy play the ball from Lockie Jensen. And just one good shot changes the momentum of that set.
What do you got, boys?
Just on the South Darwin Rabbitohs, of course playing against Palmerston Raiders. Raiders have just scored, so they're taking it to 12-10, Palmerston lead. But interestingly, the South Darwin haven't won a game. They haven't won a game in some time. They didn't win a single game in 2024, so I'm barracking them. Let's hope they can get over tonight.
I'm sure the Raiders fans will be happy to hear that.
Let's go, 6.
Yeah, they've got it. They've had a dry run, so it is early. Don't want to go the early crow, but it's the seeds are planted, Don.
Well, I mean, they went very close a couple of weeks ago, actually against the Nightcliff Dragons. 36-34 was the scoreline in that game between the Dragons and the Rabbitohs. The Dragons managing to get home. So they haven't been too far away on a couple of occasions. Now a penalty to the Dragons as they look to...
They should have won that game too, boys.
Yep.
Yeah, managed to catch the last half of that, and they were extremely impressive. I thought they were hard done by with a couple of calls, which ultimately led to Nightcliff scoring and getting the win. So I'm sure they're showing that same effort tonight against the Raiders.
Well, the injection of a couple of players from Gove can't be a cheap exercise to draft them in. But I'm sure that those watching out there in the community that enjoy their rugby league, there could be some opportunity, Don, going forward. If we've got some good talented rugby league players from Gove United, obviously they're not playing first grade, we can get them into bolster the ranks of the Rabbitohs. Surely we've got
It's a bit of a distance between.
Call it out,
Now the Dragons taking it through the middle, trying to level this one up. We're talking more about the game over the road than this one right here. It's 12-6. The Dragons, are they about to lock us up? Let's go left, the ball over the shoulder, have to go back on this.
I made a meal of it.
Well,
Coin your phrase, Don. Hands like feet.
That was not great footy.
He was all right here, and then he's just gone.
He just ran around in behind the ball. I don't know why he didn't try and pick it up while he was facing towards his own try line.
I don't know.
Rather than running around the ball, and all you could do was knock it on. It's just strange footy. And it lets the Bears off the hook, so they retain this 12-6 lead on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. 25 minutes gone. We're going to get to the kick from Wedding from deep inside his own territory. He's got a decent chunk of it. Have to get across there. Duganere gets to it, then looks to take on the sideline, throws a speculator infield to Aigi, and now it's picked up, and the Bears get an absolute gift.
And that was just the pressure of the chase, Don. Their kick chase. And there was a number of them there. There's the kick, nice long kick. And the chase, here it is. There's two of them there. Put the pressure on. Throwing him towards the sidelines. Plenty of numbers there.
Well,
plenty of numbers there.
Not to be too critical of the officials, but the players that got involved in that tackle were definitely in front of Trent Wedding, and they were definitely inside 10. So the Dragons can have some complaints in that regard. But again, go towards the sideline. The chase was good, and then they push him towards the sideline. Had to throw a speculator inside, which led to an error.
I don't know why
and
you
a simple
inside.
try.
That's just run inside, not outside. That's a bit,
low percentage footy.
Yeah. It's amazing how this great game can just turn on a coin like that, Don. I mean, 10 minutes ago, we were down the other end thinking that the Dragons could level it up, and then something from nothing. Just a good kick chase and questionable choice to turn outside instead of in. And
well, yeah, you're right. We were down the other end. The Dragons were attacking the try line. They come up with an error, but then follow that up with a really good defensive set. The Bears had to kick that from their 30, basically. It was deep inside their own territory. And, just that again, the attitude, the effort on that chase to get around the ball returner and force the error. And jogging on the spot to score the try, William Byrne. Conversion attempt successful, 18 points to 6 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. We have another look. So, yeah, absolutely everybody was in front of him from that kick, and there's no way he runs 10 metres before he got to the defensive line. But in any case, always difficult ones to call for the officials.
Well, again, no bunker. So it's easy for us up here. The benefit of height and cameras and different angles and replays.
The kick off, the Bears. Well, suddenly another try here before half time, and it's going to be a big mountain for Nightcliff to have to climb. So they put the ball down. On the other side of it, if Nightcliff can score before half-time, they'll go in with a bit of momentum. We've still got 12 minutes until that point.
I'm not sure the score really reflects the game. Again, when the Bears get the ball, they look impressive. But Nightcliff have had their opportunities.
Well, they've got another one right now. Dummies to the first runner. A good one-on-one tackle. Look at Prate up. Here goes the pass. Now inside. Ball hits the ground. And another mistake, no advantage. So come back for the scrum loose head and feed for the Litchfield Bears. What do you got, boys?
Yeah, tackle there, number 14 for the Bears, young Declan Gilray, son of the local development manager up here, Duncan Gilray, who played extensively in Sydney for Penrith and South Sydney.
Yep.
And also noted Fletcher Tomes, the number 8, from a long-established family at the Bears. His father and uncles have played for many, many years. He used to play. Fletcher's carrying on the name.
Well, stripped out there, so an intercept there for Nightcliff. They do a quick tap and go. So the Dragons now on the attack. Buckley plays the ball. Now it's with Latua. Now to dummy half, the Dragons have a quick exploration that is shut down by Tones. And Chris Foy was just mentioning. Now, flick pass out the back from Butcher. Oh, ends up in the right hands. They roll over. They get the ball almost to the ground. And that time they do hold it up. Tones again involved defensively with the stop. Now the Dragons sending away from one. Now Butcher charged down.
No.
Might be 6 more, it should be.
Should be.
Another set of 6 coming for the Dragons. Buckley to play the ball. A crash play, they roll over. Latua gets it down. Try Dragons. Leo Latua, too big, too strong. And Nightcliff, they're back in this one. 18-10 kick to come.
You called it, Don. I wanted to be that last to score before the whistle for the break. They can convert this. Very manageable. I want to finish strong in the first half.
Well, still a bit of time until half time. It's still about 8 minutes or so. It's going to be an important period of the game, you would think. Both the Dragons tries scored in similar fashion. Crash over barge plays. Just looking to use their size to get over.
What do you got, boys?
Of course, our goal kicker, boys. Robert Butcher, 2024 Frank Johnson medalist, so best player of the year. He had an outstanding year, so well deserved, of course, for that honour. But yeah, outstanding year for Robert, and of course our current Frank Johnson medalist. Kicks that one, beautiful kick.
Conversion attempt successful. Litchfield lead 18-12 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. 32 and a half gone. With a big 7 minutes coming up. Who's finishing the half full of running?
And around the grounds, thanks to McDonald's. The Raiders have gone over, Don. And they've taken the lead, 18-10 over the Rabbitohs, just up there at Warren Park.
And there's a penalty to the Dragons on the first play. And suddenly they've got their tail in the air. Butcher waiting to get a few of his teammates back on side before he kicks it into touch. Pringle waiting for the ball. He gets it eventually. There are a couple to the middle, to the try scorer. Latua almost gets through, gets up, keeps going. Still, he's got 3, 4, he's left them all behind.
Go one, good boys.
So out of Butcher. Butcher across the face, it hits the deck, on the bounce, picked up. Gets out of the first attempted tackle. Gets away from the second, and then it all breaks down. And the ball comes out.
Oh no, that was like a car crash. I think he's hurt actually, Don. I think he might be.
Well, he looked like he was hurt the way he went down.
I think he's hurt. He doesn't look right.
Well, I think he's he wishes he was hurt because he made a meal of it.
No, he's holding that right shoulder. I reckon he's copped a stinger as he's trying to break one of those tackles. His right shoulder.
Absolutely. Every time I made a mistake, I was always injured too. That's why I made the mistake.
When you're sitting on the pine, mate, as I do a bit of that, you can't make any mistakes.
The Bears now bringing it out of their end. Benny Drayton, he's put down. Now they look to crash through the middle. I think there's a forward pass call from dummy half. So watching it live, I didn't see too much wrong with the.
I've just seen it on the replay. Definite forward pass.
We're waiting for the replacement. We've got time off. We're just going to plug in.
So yeah, just forward. So definite forward.
Not much in it, but touch judge right in line with it.
We're up here, guys. It's up here. It's Dragon's feet.
Not a lot of complaint there from Jake Flanagan either. So.
Hey. To bring a player on. Oh, you can.
Okay, righty, let's just play and then you go off straight up.
Yeah, I'm sorry, mate. That's a bad mistake by you.
And again, yeah, they're trying to say, are you?
Right.
I think that shoulder is causing him too much grief. I think he wants to come off. He's going to come off now. So,
Aigi.
Hands off!
All the Dragons. Now dummy half and caught high. McKenna coming over the top.
Look, I don't think there was much in it. It was going to ground.
Certainly caught him high, and I don't think the player that got tackled thought there wasn't much in it. He certainly felt it. Around the jaw.
Hold for the tap.
The Dragons. With Ali. Come out of dummy half. Latua. Been hard to handle. Quick play the ball and they get out of dummy half. Booker Prater towards the line. The gap closed quickly. Buckley. Well, they race up quickly there, the Bears, and shut that down. Now Butcher dummies to the outside, takes them on. Do they have another crash play in them? The Butcher's taken the marker out, so referee says you can't do that. But he gets another chance to play the ball. Buckley kicks it straight into the breadbasket of the Bears, and they're off and running. That sets sail for the try line, but doesn't quite have the toe. Does Brock Priestley gets the offload back to Flanagan. Flanagan, he's trying to find a support runner as well. Can't do so. Well, suddenly the Bears turn defence into attack. Harry Heath, he gets upended. Flung around, Flanagan. There's a bit of push and shove in back play.
There wasn't much in it. There was just, he's put his...
And the touch judges come in because he's seen more in it than you did, Dave.
Yeah, he's just put his hand on his face.
We're going with tackle 2. We're playing that again.
Hand on his face as he's got up, and the tackler didn't like that. He's got up to remonstrate. They've shoved him. And a bit more shoving, just testing the stability of each player. A few handbags.
Now the Bears with Wedding, and Burgess puts it down. Well, he's not happy with himself. Throws the ball away with Jared Burgess. And getting towards the back end of this half, the Dragons will have almost a full set if they can control the ball. Let's see if they can come up with something before the break. Short tip on play. Nowhere to go there for Pringle. Go out of dummy half, nowhere. Again, the marker's working hard for the Bears. I think if anything good's going to happen in this set, it's going to happen around Rob Butcher. Or Leo Latua if he's still out on the field. They've looked the two men most likely. So Butcher, outside, inside, not much happening there.
Here, go for.
Now Butcher again. Tries to step through, and on the final play, well, it's been a nothing set from Nightcliff. They're just going to have to kick from dummy half. And it looks like that might have gone out on the full, has it?
Out on the full.
Out on the full's a play. 2 mark.
Well, I'm not sure how long we've got left. The Bears might have a couple of plays to try and create something. Do they set up for the 1 point even? Leading by 6.
Love a good drop goal, Don. Come on.
Byrne. He rumbles forward, wanted a quick play the ball. Flanagan works the short side. Goes from Priestley. Priestley tips it on. Caught though. He takes the tackle. Flanagan goes back towards the middle. Warmington, the little chip kick. Beautiful kick. Pinpoint. Harry Heath flying through. Slides in and grabs it. For the 11th hour try. Right on half time, just a pinpoint accurate kick. Great chase. The only man that could catch it. Indefensible.
You asked the question, Don. There's your answer. What a kick. Deft. The time on the run. He's kicked to the lead, to coin a phrase from another sport. I mean, that is tough. I can tell you from experience, that is tough. Beautiful kick. And us netted balls, end of the day, they're not designed for that sort of pinpoint accuracy. So the skill to do that is exceptional. Right under the black dot.
Well, it was great vision as well to see that, to identify that opportunity. The execution's obviously perfect. The communication, so many aspects that had to come together for that try. And it's a real dagger for the Nightcliff Dragons. And should give the Bears a 12-point lead at half-time. Matty Warmington, he sets it up, he converts it. And at half-time, it's the Litchfield Bears, 24 points to 12 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard.
Well, I spoke about how this team looks youthful, and Kyle spoke about how they've built this side from juniors from the ground up. That for me really signals, that last play shows what this team is about. Just up the energy, the youthfulness. I can't get over that kick. I really can't. I can't wait to clip that either. As we see, as I see our friends up there at the top end, they've got some merch. They'll have to send us some, I think. Dolphins merch. Yeah, look at it.
They're in Perth soon as well. So.
Axe and Cam, mate. How'd you find that second half? Or first half, I should say.
Yeah, Don and Dave. Look, we'll sort out some merch for you, mate. I reckon it's going to be pretty hard to get this Dolphins hat out of my hand, especially after the Thursday night performance at Court Stadium. But look, passionate footy from both teams, and Bears, they're unstoppable this year, Cam. And look, Trent Wedding leads a good team. He leads a positive team. Cam's the man that knows the stats, and he's got all his notes. I've actually been over in the VIP corporate box, just soaking up some of the atmosphere, all thanks to our corporate sponsors here at TRL. I think, the sideline's been a bit neglected tonight, but I've been down to the canteen, up in the corporate box, and just soaking it up with some of our corporate sponsors here. Cam, talk us through that first half, and how did you see it?
Yeah, Dave and Don, I think you're right about the way you described that Litchfield team. They're youthful, they're fit and fast, they've played a lot of football together. The Litchfield Bears, absolutely powerhouse in the junior ranks, and you can see these players coming into first grade having played together. Their fullback, Harry Heath's a prime example. We interviewed him earlier in the season. He still qualifies for the under-18s, but he plays first grade for the Litchfield Bears. So we're starting to see a changing of the guard in the Litchfield Bears. I know years ago, Litchfield Bears, they were a big team, very defence-orientated, but now we're seeing a much smaller, quicker, faster, fitter Litchfield Bears, and that's going to change the style of football that they're playing. Nightcliff Dragons, I think they have improved from last week. Last week there was a lot of poor discipline, a lot of drop ball. In patches they've put it together, and they've shown when they've put it together in patches that they can get across the try line and score points. And they got oh so close on a number of occasions. But yet again, there's a few errors that just seem to be costing them dearly when they make them. Every team makes errors, and I don't know what's going on tonight, but when the Nightcliff Dragons make an error, it has cost them dearly. We saw over there the ball thrown back in close to the sideline. You mentioned that the kickers may have been offside and inside the 10, but that cost them there. Just before full time, we saw a kick going out on the full rather than hitting the ground and rolling out. Once again, that cost them there as well. They need to get those errors out of their game if they are to get back into this game in the second half, convert that into points and potentially challenge the Litchfield Bears, because at the moment it's 24 points to 12. The game is definitely not over. We're definitely seeing an improvement from the Nightcliff Dragons from last week. But ACST, a few stats. 8 players from the 1 to 17 from the Nightcliff Dragons from last week. Only 8 players are on the field tonight from that team. That's a massive turnover from one week to the next. We spoke of Shawnee Walkup last week of being one of their real positives out on the field. When he came on in short bursts, he was able to spark it. He's not out there tonight. There's been such a huge change in players from last week to this week. Only 8 players have taken the field. Where the Litchfield Bears, they've got a much more settled team. And we know in rugby league, if you take the field with the same group of players week in, week out, and season in, season out, it absolutely plays dividends. You know each other's game, the communication's strong, you know where to be, and that's why I think the Litchfield Bears have their noses in front at the moment.
Well, Cam, I just want to touch on, you mentioned those mistakes that the Dragons have made that have cost them. They've gone down, Bears have gone down the other end and scored points. That surely is just going to be the conversation in the sheds. I mean, that scoreboard right now, a big chunk of points can be put down to some pretty silly mistakes from the Dragons.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can get those mistakes out of the game, we could be shaping up to a different scoreline. Even the kick straight into the breadbasket and the Litchfield Bears went straight on their counter-attack. It just seems to be where they're going for the big play and it's costing them when they should be holding on to the football, taking the tackle and playing the long game. And I suppose that's what we're seeing from the Litchfield Bears. We saw it from Brothers earlier. Percentage football. It seems the Nightcliff Dragons, they're under a little bit of pressure to perform and they're throwing that pass that they don't need to do. They're trying to get those few extra metres with the kicks and went out on the bounds on the full. If they can get that out of the game, they might be a chance here in the second half. It is half-time over at Warren Park, and the last score update that we received, it was the Palmerston Raiders 18 leading the South Darwin Rabbitohs 10, and that of course is a number of Gove United players coming in to town to play for the South Darwin Rabbitohs. We're so excited with the way that game is shaping up, because South Darwin, as you said, they've been going through a phase where they've really struggled to put together wins on the field, haven't won for a long time, but it's great to see them well and truly in that match, and let's hope that they can get a couple of tries in the second half and cause a boil over there at Warren Park.
Let's hope so, boys, but I have to put a tamper on it and say the score at half-time's been updated. The Raiders have scored again. It's 24 to 10. Before we let you go, boys, I've got 2 questions. Axe, you spent some time in the hospitality area. 1, what's the hot dogs like? And 2, that ball you got there, is that the one we've picked up from the car park that went missing?
Return to sender from Aaron Colonel.
Apparently return to sender. Look, apparently this is a replacement ball that has been given to NRONT. The last one was absolute belter of a kick. That's over at the TIO Stadium, so maybe the Toyota AFL Premiership might be able to have a whirl with it when they come up here. But look, the hospitality has been fantastic. Steak sandwiches, chicken burgers, a few cold drinks on the side. Look, the hot dogs have missed out this week. I must admit, boys, I'm trying to cut back. Next Sunday, I've got a 12.5 kilometre city to surf that the boys at WCBH decided they were going to sign me up for and then let me know on air. So, look, I'm trying to cut back a bit, but thanks to Territory Butchers, I've tuned into a few steak sangers tonight and a couple of good bottles of Gatorade to get us through this built-in humidity here tonight. But, look, this is the official replacement for the game ball, so I'll give that back to Kyle. He's got to take that back down to the refs. And, yeah, look, I'll leave it at that.
Well, boys, thanks very much. Yeah, you go, Cam, you go.
Yeah, Dave and Don, you mentioned that Mini Finau might have sustained a stinger. After that drop ball in the play the ball, the Nightcliff Dragons pack a scrum and he runs over to the scrum with his arm dangling down. Now, if anyone's ever had one of those stinger injuries before, you know that's a classic sign that the arm just dangles until that stinger goes away. As soon as that scrum was over, he came straight to the sidelines. Let's hope it is just a stinger and that feeling returns there and that it's not something more serious in terms of a shoulder injury. For me, I really like for the Dragons, Robert Butcher and Leo Latua. I think they've been great. Leo Latua, some size in the centre, and he's prepared to do some hard work for the Bears. Harry Heath at fullback, and I heard you call him during the game, Fletcher Tomes. He's had some real surging runs there in the back row for the Bears. It is going to be a great second half. It's 24 points to 12. The Bears are leading the Nightcliff Dragons, and over on Field 3, Warren Park, as you mentioned, 24 points to 10. We're going to keep a close eye on that game, and let's hope that we can see the South Darwin Rabbitohs pick up a few more tries.
Yeah, we're all going to will them over the line. Thanks very much, boys, for the half-time wrap. Look forward to speaking to you again at the end of the game. Another 40 minutes. We might just take a quick 2-minute break, Don, just so we can have a rest. Gather ourselves. I'm still excited about that kick try. That was one of the best things I've seen all week. That's half-time here at TRL Stadium. Just repeating the score. It is, I should know that, 24-12 in favour of the Bears. We'll be back after the short break for the second half. The Dapsco Premiership. Don't go anywhere. It's NFL Pathways Super Saturday.
Well, g'day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back for the second half. This Dapsco Premiership Round 6 clash between the Litchfield Bears and the Nightcliff Dragons. With the Dragons to get us underway, the siren sounds, and away we go. It's the Bears leading 24 points to 12, trying to extend that lead with first use of the ball here in the second half as Tomes got a wrap there at half-time from the boys. Cam and Axe talking him up as being one of the Bears' best, along with fullback Harry Heath, who's got a first-half double. Looking to add to that in the second half as Jensen plays the ball back to Flanagan. They go to Wedding with the kick. And out on the full it goes. Well, he just tried to kick the belly of the ball to put the back three under some pressure, but he didn't get the accuracy right. And Nightcliff will get to play the ball inside the Bears' half for their first use. Now they go forward through Ali. Now Butcher to Latua. Two of the Dragons' best as Booker Prater out of dummy half goes to Butcher. They go wider still.
Go 3.
Now with Butcher. Go out wider and the gap closes. There for Frangoulis. Butcher to Latour again. Finds a couple of brave, willing participants to stand in front of him. And he takes them for a 10-metre ride. Now Butcher rolling it in behind. Good work there from Heath, and he gets back into the field of play. A second effort from Nightcliff gives away the penalty.
Put him in there. He was already on the ground.
Yeah, good comms from the ref.
Measure up.
Well, you had to try. I think they were trying to get that repeat set. He was close enough to the in-goal area. They had a dig to try and put him back in there. The tackle was already complete, so great work from Harry Heath. He's done it in attack, and he does it there with a bit of defensive clean-up work at the back. Had runners inside. Just takes the tackle, Drayton. Pushes away from Latour. Now Tomes. Tomes comes out the other side. Tomes into the backfield, dragged down from behind. Booker Prater with an important tackle. They work down the short side to Wedding. Wedding juggles it a little bit, keeps the ball in hand. He goes through, he's beaten a couple, spins out of another, takes the tackle eventually. Plays it back to Flanagan. Now they look to go through Jensen. Jensen on tackle 5. The pass goes out the back. They've got Heath sweeping around. It doesn't go to him. They go the front option to Clancy Court, who takes the tackle and hands it over just a couple of metres away from the Dragons line. But a good set of 6 there from the Bears. Just couldn't quite get that last pass to get them across the stripe. Aigi plays the ball. Great shot. Aidan Buckley, he got squared up there. The marker's working hard. A little bit of an extra effort perhaps there from Byrne. Referee says you got to be quicker, but doesn't give the penalty. Now Butcher tips it on to Latour. They get up and make sure he can't wind up on this occasion. Pressure through there on Butcher. He's a key to what they're doing. The ball allowed to bounce. The Dragons then knock it on. Then Heath attacks it and runs into the shoulder of Butcher. Run out of dummy half from Hall. Hall gets the offload away. Now with Heath again. Heath steps off the left. Get hold of him and make the tackle. Now Flanagan out of dummy half. Tackle made by Aigi and then goes back through the middle of the ruck to give away the penalty. The Bears want to tap and go, and the referee steps out of the way. Flanagan steps. Flanagan steps again. Gets away from Latour. They make the tackle, but they're just 5 metres out from their line. Comes across to Wedding. They go wide and they've got numbers. They just had to catch that behind themselves. Allows the sliding defence to get there. They go from dummy half. The Dragons awake to it. Flanagan, pass on the bounce. And a knock on from Wilmington. He said he caught it before it hit the ground. Referee disagrees. I think he should level his frustration towards his dummy half on that occasion.
Not sure what he's complaining about there.
Well, I think he's saying that he juggled it, but he caught it before it hit the ground. And I think that the replay said he was pretty close to actually doing that, but I think it might have caught a little bit of grass.
Yes. A little bit of dirt.
Dragons after the scrum win. One off the ruck. Willagee. Stepping out of dummy half. Here's Leveni. Across to Ali. Dello Ali plays it back, and Butcher's going to kick from early in the count, inside the 40. It's over the head. Oh, don't know whether there was a touch there from Heath. No touch. Just bounced away from him. We'll play the ball for the Bears.
Let's go, Tramp. Hold. Go.
Wedding plays the ball. And it's with McKenna.
Here, Dragons. Go one.
Now with Hall. Hall, he's looked dangerous a few times. One-on-one strip, though, from Butcher. They go back and try and counter-attack. And a great shot in around the ball. So they go from one way, they go the other way. Now they're coming back Bears' way. 3 changes of possession in one tackle. Drayton put down by Radravu. Hit him after he passed the ball. Standing in the tackle, Priestley. Thought about an offload. Decides against it. Wilmington out of dummy half. He picks up Heath. Trying to run the line. Now Drayton. Runners inside. I think there's a touch there from Nightcliff. Both ways. They're going to go first knock on here against the Bears.
Here we are.
I thought Booker Prater might have got a hand on that to knock it down, but pass may have been forward in any case. So probably the right outcome. The Dragons win the scrum. Run into the shoulder of Trent Wedding.
Don't look at me, just get up.
Go. Again, the comms there from Streety. Don't look at me, just get up.
Go two, good lad. Sure.
Well, great shot, great tackle technique from Benny Drayton. Just driving through the rib cage. And there's some more great tackle technique. McKenna comes up with the ball, the loose one. Leg gets lifted, and they give away the penalty. I don't know that there was too much in it, but lifting the leg.
When you're ready. Play on! Up now, try line.
Now the Bears trying to extend this lead. Arm free, Brock Priestley. And again, the Dragons going back through the middle of the ruck. Another penalty given away.
Happy. Waiting. 9, jump on side, please.
The Bears, they've got a player that's offside there in Jake Flanagan, so they have to wait for him to get back before they can get underway. Wedding turns it underneath to McKenna. McKenna sets it up nicely here for Litchfield. Wedding to the right. Burn to the left. They go to Wedding. Wedding goes out the back with Heath. They get up quickly and shut that down. Good defence from Willagee. So now with Hall. Hall chopped down low. Good tackle. Booker Prater. Now Wilmington floats one out dangerously. Trying to come up with a one-on-one strip now is Finau. Wilmington goes to Drayton. Drayton is chopped down by Frangoulis. Now the kick, measured once more and pinpoint again, but the Bears unable to come down with it, goes into touch and they'll hand it over. But again, it was another perfect kick there from Matt Wilmington, landed on the spot where there was only one player that could catch the ball, and that was his teammate. Unfortunately, this time doesn't come down with the pill.
Just the comms, like between player and receiver as well. To be able to do that, know where to be as the receiver, where to put it as the kicker. I mean, that's, as we see, a mistake off the first tackle, first play the ball, and puts the Bears right back in scoring position.
Well, I've seen some ugly play the balls in my time, but that one deserves a prize.
And he knew it. Not something he'll want to see again. Just on that kick, the communication between these players, and again, as Kyle mentioned, they've obviously played together for a long time, and that synchronisation, that symphony of football between them, as we see it again, it's really impressive.
The Dragons thought they'd read the play and turns it underneath. Burn. Will eventually be allowed to play it to Flanagan. Goes to Wedding. Wedding double pumps, triple pumps. Goes out to Heath. They find the space out wide, and Archie Hall has threatened all night. And he goes over, but the lead-up work. Oh, there's a forward pass. There's a forward pass. Well, that was superb rugby league, apart from the forward pass.
And they had a huge overlap. You see here on the replay, huge overlap on this right edge. That's not it.
That one there. What do you got, boys?
Just around the ground, thanks to McDonald's, of course. The Raiders have blown out that lead now, 30 points to 10 against the South Darwin Rabbitohs over at Warren Park. So
Kyle, I'll be honest,
we've got our hopes high. We'll hope for another weekend.
Well, I'll be honest with you, mate. I did get that update, but I was trying to ignore it. Hope that score got better before repeating it. So, yeah, let's hope the Rabbitohs can go in again.
Was I, mate.
I tell you what, I'm going to be the odd man out, and so Palmerston Raiders fans, they're up and about. They're ecstatic with that scoreline. They get to keep their place at the top of the table. They're still contenders.
You sound like a St George or Wallace supporter with that rubbish, mate.
He is mad. Don't know if you heard about that.
I'd love to have a chat with Kyle and see how. I'm not sure how it went, the game between the Dragons and the Broncos last weekend. I'm not sure if Kyle remembers.
Yeah, no.
We had a bye last week. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
You lost against the bye. Well done.
That's better than losing the Dragons, so I'll take that.
Yeah, that's for sure. I just had a look at the scores, actually, the Major League today. I'm looking at some live scores now, so again, some interesting results.
The Bears, they just haven't been able to put Nightcliff to bed here. They've made plenty of mistakes, the Dragons. They're inviting them to close this game out, but the Dragons are still in it. They don't look like they deserve to be with the way that they're playing, but they're in the hunt, at least on the scoreboard. The Bears look to put paid to that as they go in behind the ruck. Good chopping tackle there on McGilvray. He plays it quickly enough. Wilmington takes on the line, spinning towards the line. Great hands there from Brock Priestley. Well, the ball just slips out of the hands of Matty Wilmington, and Priestley bends down low, catches it on his shoelaces, and dives over to extend this to a 28-12 lead. Kick to come on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Well, we see once again those great hands from Brock Priestley. He had every right not to catch that. Takes it brilliantly. And finally, the Bears score. That feels like it's been down this end for the entirety of this second half. We're 15 minutes into it, and the Bears have broken the Dragons down.
Well, Donnie, literally mentioned it like 30 seconds before. You felt the damn ball was going to break, and they were doing their jolly best to keep themselves out of the game. Bears finally broke it open. And you'd think that the Dragons had to be the first to score in this second half.
Well, I mean, they haven't looked like they've wanted to score. They've made a host of mistakes. What do you got there, Kyle?
Yeah, I thought just impressive earlier tonight, just talking about the earlier games. Obviously, the True Flow Services Premiership women's fixture went down to the wire. The Northern Sharks just losing by 2 points against the Darwin brothers, 26-24. But, oh, man, they showed a heap of grit in that game, the Northern Sharks, and promising signs, I guess. It's good that we've got a bit of competition in the women's. Obviously, the Darwin brothers have been dominant in the competition so far, but certainly good signs for the Northern Sharks. And let's hope to see the Sharks continue to push forward and give the brothers a real shake.
Well, it's good you mentioned that, Kyle. Obviously, we saw them in round one as a grand final replay, and they did actually finish quite strong. They had a strong finish. I think if my memory serves me correctly, they went into the break with a fair bit of a mountain to climb, but they ended up doing much better in the second half than they did the first. So maybe it's their starts that are the issue, but the fact that they can continue to run out games and get close is good. And anyone that can challenge this rampaging women's brothers team is good in my book, because we want competition. As good as the brothers are, we want teams to be able to challenge them at the top of the ladder.
Certainly do. And, that round one fixture was 4-0 at half-time to brothers, but they did score the next two early in the second half to go out to that 12-0 lead. But ended up 16-8 the first time they played. So they've been competitive in both contests, but brothers victorious in both. They remain undefeated at the top of the table in the True Flow Services Premiership. And here on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard, 28-12. The Bears leading the Dragons. But, just over 20 minutes to go. That one taken on the fingertips here of Buckley. So he is picked up and driven backwards after contact. Finau, nowhere for him to go either as Flanagan works from marker.
Just testing the shoulder.
We're just having to dive there and dive with the ball. i.e. the Dragons have gone backwards in this set so far. Negative metres as Butcher tries to get them into positive territory at least. They're just outside their 20. I think that's tackle 4. Booker Prater goes out of dummy half. Tackle up over the shoulder, but no higher. They're going to come with a kick from inside the 30. Need plenty on it. Sits up kindly for Harry Heath. He sets sail again towards the Dragons try line. So good defensive set.
Around the grounds thanks to McDonald's. The good news is Kane Jiminy, if I pronounce that wrong, I apologise, has gone in for a double for the Rabbitohs. But the bad news is, so has Jared Lane for the Palmerston Raiders, and it's now 14 plays 40.
Looks like the Raiders are home in that one. There's a mistake here from Jake Flanagan. So at the end of round 6, it looks like we're still going to be locked with a 3-way tie at the top of the table. The Bears leading this one. Nightcliff still some hope if they can put it together. They haven't really looked likely for most of the night, but they're close enough if good enough. You'd think at the end of this the Bears will still be in top spot, although the Raiders might actually claim top spot if they are able to keep scoring there against the Rabbitohs. On for and against. A late tackle here. It was one of the Dragons players, I think it might be Buckley, that's got hit after he passed. Has been put on report.
Is just checking the ladder, Don, there's a 30-point differential between the Bears and the Raiders, so they're testing it, but it also depends on what happens in this game. I think, all things being equal, I think there'd have to be a dramatic blowout.
I don't think there's too much in that tackle. Just having a look at the replay at that shot on Buckley. He's back to his feet. I think Naylor Simmons will have a case to answer it all. And another tackle that just goes a bit past the horizontal from Fletcher Tones. So back-to-back penalties. So the Dragons, they can strike here. They may give us a grandstand finish. Butcher taps. Now with Ali. Booker Prater to dummy half. Swung around in the tackle. The Bears have come up with the ball. Jensen's got it. A one-on-one strip.
Oh, there you go.
And no one knew what was happening. All they knew was there was a Bears player had the ball. Referee wasn't sure. He said, well, there was only one in the tackle, and we'll go with it. And they hand it straight back over, so maybe the rugby league gods getting involved there.
It sounds like, through the effects, Mike, it sounds like there might be more Dragons fans than Bears fans.
Bears home game, but a long way for the Litchfield faithful to travel to TRL Stadium.
Look, that's pretty even, boys. I'm not going to lie. We've got a fair stack of a crowd here at TRL, and a few people stuck around from the previous game, brothers supporters, and the Sharks. But they're vocal. They're saying some pretty bad jokes, I won't lie. A few crickets from a couple of the jokes we just heard, so from the Dragon supporters.
not having them rolling in the aisles. Another mistake there from the Dragons.
Tell you what, though, I think this is about every spectator here that's above the age of 18 has a beer in hand.
Oh, well. And probably a few that are probably not.
No. Well, that's good. You know, funding rugby league in the top end. It's good. That's the fantastic facility that the game has up at the top end. Is it all the money generated, whether it be from gate or hospitality, it all goes straight back into community rugby league. Something that we're sorely missing here, Donny. Hopefully corrected very soon.
The kick again from inside the 40. Doesn't quite have the angle for a 40-20, and it might have too much on it to go over the dead ball line. So just hit the ground and ran on. Not the bounce that the Bears wanted. The Nightcliff players, they don't want to work too hard to get back on side. So it's not going to be a quick restart from the 20-metre line. Leo Latua, the last man to finally get back on side before they are allowed to take the tap. 7 tackle set. Latua trying to save his energy up for a run. He would like to have a more energetic run than that one. And another one-on-one strip. That time ripped out by Priestley. Well, he's had good hands here in this second half. McGilvray gets up, keeps going, still going McGilvray.
Wanted to go on with it. Not sure why.
Well, he's just to say play the ball. I think it has to be a penalty against one of them.
Absolutely.
I think the tackler just wouldn't let him go. It's not going to matter. They're going to score on the next play, the Bears. They go out to the wing. They dive into the corner. And we've got another little...
So we're going to the bunker, boys.
Yeah, not actually. Is he actually called to try? I'm sure he has.
He hasn't. He's called time, so it looks like he's consulting with the touch judge.
Naylor Simons diving over in the corner, but it's going to be a penalty against the Bears. So no try. You can scrub that one off.
Exactly the same as the other one, but it looks like it's on.
No, he's going back for the try. I thought he was pointing for the penalty to Nightcliff. He's actually put Leo Latour on report. Now he's going to point to the spot for the Naylor Simmons try. So we get there in the end.
Feel like this one's just petering out now.
What are your boys?
Yeah, you can see the dominance now starting to come to the fore with the Bears. They've just managed themselves pretty well in the second half, dominated the possession, and even though earlier on they weren't doing a lot with it, they kept themselves in the game. They just kept pressure on the Dragons, and now you can see the fruits of that labour coming to effect.
Yeah, the Dragons, well, I mean, we said it last week when we covered Nightcliff that they don't do themselves a lot of favours. No. They make a lot of mistakes. They give away a lot of penalties. You know, when they get the ball and they get the opportunities, we've basically seen them maybe with 3 or 4 opportunities in this game. They've scored 2 tries. So when they get those opportunities, they can turn them into points. But
it's always difficult to chase. And as the boys mentioned, as I mentioned at the half-time break, I mean, there was, 12 points plus that came directly from Dragons' mistakes. So directly from Dragons' mistakes, Bears went down the other end, bang, bang, bang. So, and while you still play 80 minutes of footy, it's still tough to come back from the bottom of the hill. Mentally, physically, everything. So, the rugby league, again, you mentioned it a few times. Over your career, Donnie, it's a simple game, Just don't do the simple things correctly and don't do the silly things.
Yeah, and that's what we've seen in the last fortnight. The 2 teams that have beaten Nightcliff, they have done simple things really well. Litchfield have been pretty good. I mean, obviously that moment's a horror. That was from Richard Tomes, just dropping the ball, kicking it forward. Trent Wedding's trying to plead his case for him, but he gave himself up there, Tomes. But for the most part, they've controlled this contest, and they've done a lot of those simple little things right. Whereas Nightcliff, they've done a lot of things like that.
It's almost like it's a writing itself, isn't it? Around the grandstanks at McDonald's, I won't mention the score. We'll get the boys into that later. But Palmerston have gone in again.
Still there's your mark.
Up in Warren Park. Adding some more points on there. So that actually...
52-16 to the mighty Raiders.
So ladder positions might actually be a question now. We'll have to do some fast calculations and work out. They had a 30-point differential to make up. So they might get close.
Well, that's 40, but I mean, they've got 20 here.
They've got 20 here, so
they've made up
still
20.
10 minutes to go.
Yeah. The Bears might score a couple more as well to open up this scoreline. It's Tomes. He hits the deck. Now Wedding, dummies, goes himself. Doesn't open up. There was no real line speed from Nightcliff. Wedding finds a partner to exchange phone numbers with. Now with Wedding again. Goes out to Warmington. He's chopped down. Good tackle from Pringle. Now they work to Wedding, to Priestley. Priestley's pass is well out in front of court and goes into touch. Well, I think the pass was forward, goes into touch. All in all, not one of the best plays that Litchfield have had tonight.
I think also the mistakes that they're making, they're deep inside.
Yes,
Dragon territory. If you're gonna drop the pill, do it there.
Willagee plays the ball on top of the bear. Latour. On report a moment ago, there's a good charge and a late offload. Comes out the back though, they've lost some territory, still stepping and beating a couple. Runs into the tackle of Wedding. And not too much in it as Lavini takes it forward. He's had a good game. Butcher, he's tried hard. He tries another little chip over the top. Booker Prater gets the bounce. He needs a support runner. Gets it out the back. The Dragons, it's not the last tackle, so they've got another play up their sleeve. Butcher, kicking from dummy half, goes to the sky. Needs a bounce again. Oh. He takes it and...
Yeah, he was in the air.
Well, the ball had bounced, so I think once the ball is bounced, it can't be tackled in the air.
I suppose. So
because otherwise you just run and jump and you get tackled in the air every time you get tackled.
That's
So
a good point.
anyway, it's one of those ones that looks like it should be tackled in the air, but I don't think that was the correct call.
Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, we're quite surprised by that penalty. As you say, once the ball bounces, same man's game, really. Tackle in the air, it's unusual, but
should have been a
we'll move on.
Dropout.
Again, 8 minutes to go. The referee's tired too. And it does look like tackled in the air whenever that happens because it bounces quite high.
I think the touchy was pretty good position as well.
He's had a good game tonight, Streety, so we'll give him a pass for that.
Great comps.
Now the Bears again able to run a long way. They're up against the tired Dragons. The pass comes out to Mullins. Mullins tries to step back infield before he's tackled. Wilmington goes to the open side and juggle, and he's managed to hold on to it somehow there, Jake Flanagan.
There's a highlight.
An unusual highlight as Wedding rolls it in behind, and once again getting to it, Brock Priestley. Well, he's had great hands in this second half, Brock Priestley, but that's a nice little grubber in behind from Trent Wedding. And they've done this a few times where they put kicks in where the only player that can get it is on their team.
Yeah, just the kicking game from the Bears has been fantastic. Beautiful.
Just no way of defending it.
And I was just about to say that. You can't defend that, can you?
No, well, I mean, your winger's out wide, your fullback is sweeping around the back. There's just no one that's going to be in that position unless they read the kick beforehand, which, you know, they've been so creative with their kicks. That's hard to do at the best of times.
And the kicks as well. It hasn't just been one type of kick. It's a variety of kicks. Like the skill off the toe has been quite impressive. I mean, that beautiful kick to a lead right under the black dot to go under, and that deft touch off the toe to roll it in end over end. And again, we're not a kicking game. You know, we're not a kicking game naturally. So to develop that as another arrow to your bow, it's really impressive.
Yeah, and you say a variety of different types of kicks, but had a couple of different kickers as well.
Yeah. Trent
Wedding and Matt Wilmington, both their halves. Their short kicking games in particular have been very good, but their long kicking games been pinpoint as well. So they've kicked well tactically and kicking well to attack as well. So it's overall been a feature of the Bears game tonight. Conversion attempt successful. 38 points to 12 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. We've got about 5 minutes to go.
See again, look at this, just a deft touch.
Yeah, the Dragons look tired. They've had to do a lot of defence. That's been of their own making with some of the mistakes that they've made, but it has taken it out of them. I think the boys mentioned at half-time the number of players that are different for Nightcliff tonight compared to last week. It's a completely different team. Now the short kick off, picked up by Mullins. Mullins, he just had to look on the inside. He takes the tackle. Has the ball come free? Yes, it has. He tried to disguise it.
I don't mind that from the Dragons. You know, you're 38-12 down. Have a crack.
That goes with the interchange, I think. I'm not the interchange official too.
Yeah. You got to love that conversation. The Bears complaining about an interchange that occurred, and the referee just explaining that he's not the interchange official, like he's got no real control over that aspect. If something's gone wrong there. Pringle from the scrum wing fights to his feet. And the Dragons looking for a consolation.
Oh, he dropped that. Oh, I reckon there was hands in it, yep.
Oh, yeah, just saying Warmington was all over him as he was trying to play the ball. The Dragons, they get a penalty. They look like they're happy to play a little bit of up-tempo stuff, try and get a consolation try. Although the tempo's been slowed, so they can't find the ball. They've got to go and fetch it. Might have to jump the fence to grab it. Finau gets the ball, and we're back underway. Butcher turns that underneath. Booker Prater goes to dummy half. Butcher tipping that on, picked up, driven backwards. A long way backwards. Now the Dragons. Booker Prater to Butcher. Shaped the kick, floats one out. It hits the deck. Finau's got to go back. He flicks it between the legs, but it's gone into touch before he can reel it back in.
Has he been nutmegged there?
He did. Well, he flicked it between his legs when he picked it up, but it was already on the line. So, well, it's just been what we've seen from Nightcliff tonight. They've been just a little out of sync. And I think that turnover of personnel between one week to the next is always going to be hard, make it hard to get combinations going. There's McKenna. Plays it back to Drayton. Drayton goes down a short side. Back to Drayton from Warmington. He had Trent Wedding that loomed up as well, but just couldn't get that last pass. Takes the tackle. Now to Warmington. To Heath. Heath dummies to the outside. Tackle slips up a little high and gives away the penalty. Heath wants to tap and go. Referee steps out of the way. Heath runs into the back of Ali. Gets away from him, gets the pass out to Wedding. Wedding looks to the outside, numbers galore, and they dive into the corner. Clancy Court scores, gets his name on the score sheet. And the Bears, they extend this lead even further as the clock ticks down.
Just a bit of sugar on top. They've liked that corner, especially this second half. Good run there from Heath. Set it up, and in the hands of Wedding again. I mean, how many times have you said Wedding, you know, setting up tries like that, being involved in the set that creates points? He's been a handful at the 7.
He's been everywhere. He's shown up. Worked really hard in this game, and you're right, they have terrorised that left-hand side. You know, Brock Priestley scored a couple of tries, Clancy Court scoring there. Naylor Simmons scored one in that left-hand corner as well. So it's all been down that left-hand side in the second half for the Bears.
Yeah, just need to call in the cleaners with the mop and the bucket, clean up all the blood. Because it's been party time down there.
And a sideline conversion to finish it off as well for the Bears. And they run out convincing 44 points to 12 winners here at TRL Stadium. And that should be enough for them to keep top spot for at least another week, because we've got a 3-way tie still at the top of the ladder.
We do too. And at Warren Park, the Raiders in the end ran out 56-16 winners over the Rabbitohs, so they started well, did the Bunnies, but in the end blown away by one of the sides that's competing at the top of the table, as you mentioned, Don.
Absolutely. And, the Brothers winning earlier in the evening, a 52-14 win over the Northern Sharks. And yeah, overall, I mean, it's been a good day of rugby league. We got to call a couple of games. We didn't get to call the South Darwin game, but yeah, the teams at the top of the ladder, they continue to dominate the competition, and they've really now, with Nightcliff losing that game, the top three opening up a big gap on the rest of the competition.
Yeah, significant gap now. I think 3 wins. 3 wins. That's a big gap. So, and what we round 7.
Yep.
So there's becoming a bit of a chasm between the top 3 and the rest. As our boys upstairs, TRL, the trio up there, fellas. We'll throw to you now if you can hear us and give us your take of what I thought was a pretty impressive, especially second half from the Bears.
Once again, good evening, Don Dave from up here in the beautiful Larrakia country. Firstly, I want to mention this stuff here. This is an endangered species up here in the top end. This is hot property tonight. But look, the Bears really showing passion in the play tonight. They're really smothering the front rows there. Trent Wedding will be happy with the boys' performance and great communicating from the pack of the Bears tonight. Referees Henry Street, Touchies, Jason Woodman and Corey Dewar doing a great job to control the game tonight. A little bit of passion starting to boil over there. We know what happens if you don't take a boiling pot off the stove. But look, the referees done a fantastic job keeping that together tonight. Our guests over at Corporate Hospitality, they thought it was truly amazing, and what a spectacular view from up here at the top. Well hydrated and food was top class thanks to our sponsors here tonight. And of course our Dame Gay sponsors, Territory Butchers around the grounds, thanks to McDonald's and Chemist Warehouse on the scoreboard. Kyle, I'll start with you. Few picks tonight, really great performance from both teams, but a few players that stood out to you tonight.
Yeah, I thought Trent Wedding did a really good job tonight for the Bears. Nothing too special, just really controlled the pack and moved the boys around and did the right moves. Quite a few try assists as well for Wedding. He's an experienced 5'8", and it certainly showed tonight for the Litchfield Bears. Overall, I didn't think the performance was anything too special, anything too flash from the Bears. I thought that the Dragons were really ordinary. But, you know, it shows why the Bears are sitting probably at top of the ladder now, thanks to for and against. And, yeah, they've had a great run this year. Obviously had the loss last week against the Palmerston Raiders in a thriller, 24-22. But, yeah, the two teams to look at the moment are the Litchfield Bears and the Darwin Brothers.
And what would you say would be a takeaway if you could, I guess, share some thoughts with the teams? What would be the takeaways from Nightcliff tonight?
Yeah, look, I think overall, as I said, it's quite ordinary from the Dragons. They didn't really look like they had much passion at all, particularly through that second half of the game. Yeah, they've got to get back to some really basic stuff at training. Where to from here? I'm not really sure. There's work to be done. They've got some stars in their team. Frank Johnson, medalist 2024, Robert Butcher, and he had a good game for the Dragons. I thought he was good with his kicking game. A few nice offloads, particularly in the short side. But there's a couple of obviously missed opportunities I thought for the Dragons as well. A couple of overlaps that I thought they missed, particularly on the wide side of the far field. But yeah, overall it's disappointing for the Dragons, and I'm sure Coach Sam will be looking to push the boys hard next week at training and really try and get them back on track. I mean, they're sitting 5th. They're just outside the top 4. There's still an opportunity to get back in the top 4. We've got a long season ahead, but yeah, work to be done for the Dragons.
Cam, I know you spent a lot of time over in the observation box, the media. It's nice and dark in there, but certainly a lot of focus from the game analysts. What would you like to add to the performance of Litchfield Bears tonight?
Yeah, well, you're out there whining and dining with Corporate Hospitality. I'm there looking and watching the game and doing the stats. But Kyle works for the ABS. I'd like to see the error count for both teams tonight. For every error that the Litchfield Bears made, I reckon Nightcliff Dragons probably made 2 of them. And they made errors where they really didn't need to make errors, and it cost them dearly. I suppose the improvement from the Nightcliff Dragons from last week to this week, if there is any improvement, is they were a little bit better disciplined in terms of giving away penalties, but they still need to address the drop ball there's a lot of frustration that I could imagine that the coach, Sam Irwin, will be going through at the moment. We even saw, towards the back end there, they get a scrum feed, they're 20 metres out, they're in the red zone, and then the first pass off the scrum goes to ground. That happened far too much tonight for the Nightcliff Dragons, so another frustrating performance for them. The Litchfield Bears, I agree with Kyle there. They got away with the win tonight because they've got the capacity to grind out the win. But if they play like that up against one of the other two big three teams, I don't think they get away with the win. I still think they need to lift a little bit further to get a win over Palmerston Raiders and Darwin Brothers. If we have a look at next week's games, we've got Raiders versus Brothers, which is going to be a huge clash next week. It's always great when we see two of those top three teams battle against each other. The other game is the Dragons versus the Sharks. So I know that we've spoken a little critically of the Dragons tonight, but next week will be 4 versus 5. And this is the battle that's going to be, I think, a showdown all season. Who can sneak into the finals and then hopefully, sneak a win in the semi-finals or something. So really looking forward to the Dragons and the Sharks next week. They're probably evenly positioned, so that should be a nice matchup. We've also got Bears versus Souths, which is probably the most uneven game for next week. Hopefully the South Darwin Rabbitohs can get those players from Gove United back over. And there were signs there tonight. They did actually hit the lead for a little time during that game. They scored a few points. I think they scored 16 for the night. So they should take heart out of that, the South Darwin Rabbitohs. It's been a huge day here for us at Territory Rugby League. Of course, we've got the Dolphins merchandise on today because the Dolphins are up doing community engagement this week. After Thursday night's great victory over the Dogs, they head into the bye, so they've spent some time up here in the Territory. They head down to Katherine tomorrow. That women's game, Brothers, they were pushed in that women's game in the True Flow Services, 26-24. That's as close as anyone's got to Brothers for a while. And if you have a look at the stat sheet, Callum Nonna, is this correct? She scored all 6 tries for Brothers in that game. Amazing stat coming out of that game. Yeah, and yet again, Brothers just so clinical in their performance in the first live stream game, and we've seen the Bears get away with the win tonight, but they can lift a little bit further.
Any highlight players before we wrap it up, Cam? Any players that just really stood out tonight on the field?
Oh, I love when you see a player control the game, and we did see that with Trent Wedding down that left-hand side. I think he really lifted in the second half and really dominated the play. He played the game at his pace. He wasn't rushed anywhere. Brock Priestley, very good, picked up a couple of tries, great hands. His name was called out plenty of times throughout tonight's call. Big fan of the fullback for the Litchfield Bears, Harry Heath. He's an under-18 player. He's playing in first grade. He brings the ball back really hard. He holds his own out there. I suppose for the Nightcliff Dragons, I thought Leo Latour, the big player in number 20, I thought he worked hard in the centre. Who do we have? Butcher, sorry, at 5'8". There are players there, but I think we go back to that stat that we mentioned at halftime. Only 8 players from last week's 1-17 took the field for the Nightcliff Dragons tonight. If any team wants to win football games, you've got to get the majority of the team on the field week to week to week from the previous week. And so that's something that Nightcliff can take away. Consistency in terms of the starting 17. Keep working on that ball security. I think we saw tonight that they got some of that discipline through frustration under wraps tonight.
Absolutely. Just in closing, before we wrap up, Kyle, Cam, any thoughts on the passion? I know it's great to see passion in NRL at every level, locally and nationally, but we do need to remember to play the whistle. Do you think it's time for these teams to reel it back a bit with the passion, or would you say that we'll just need to let them play the game?
The passion's great in the game of rugby league, and you can see like the style of football that Brothers played tonight and the style of football that the Bears played tonight, that frustrates the opposition. If you can minimise your mistakes, if you can hold the ball, if you can have the field position and you're forcing the opposition into errors, it's not uncommon for, I suppose, for someone to get under the skin a little bit. That's human nature, I suppose. But you are right. We do want a clean game out there. And I thought, both teams did relatively well to control that tonight.
Absolutely. Well, that pretty much wraps it up here. And, it's been great being on air and fantastic day down at Territory Rugby League. Tommy from the Dolphins. We've got the merch, we've got the humidity. I reckon they could have left that there. I think it's about 15 degrees, Don and Dave, if I'm correct, in WA.
No, mate, it's colder than that. It's colder than that.
It's single figures here,
yeah,
mate.
It's
Single
colder
figures.
than that.
Yeah, well, it's
rub
all
it in, rub it in.
Yeah, it's all right.
I'll get you to send up the cold weather with all the stats you're sending across.
Mate, no, I want some of your hot weather, mate. We'll be up there soon. But again, fantastic wrap from you boys up at TRL Stadium. Absolutely superb effort. The boys from WCBH and, of course, Kyle and mate, give a high five to Chris as well, who joined us at this game. Mate, Don, it's been the weekend of the Bears.
Yeah, it certainly has been. It's we did see Brothers beat the Sharks in the earlier game in the Dapsco Premiership 52-14, but it has been the weekend of the Bears, kicking off on Friday night in the Westpac Women's Premiership with the Willagee Bears 22-18 over the Ellenbrook Rabbitohs, and then earlier today the Willagee Bears in the men's competition, the Fuel to Go and Play Premiership 20-8 over the undefeated South Perth Lions, and we finish off the weekend with the Litchfield Bears up in Darwin in the Dapsco Premiership 44 points to 12 over the Nightcliff Dragons. It has been a bear weekend.
How good's rugby league?
Loving it. We love the Bears in Perth.
We love it. We love it. The Bears are the Bears. It's the year of the Bears. Thanks for joining us on Super Saturday NRL Pathways Affiliated States and Territories. It's been the week of the Bears. We'll catch you next week.